Okay, we'll open up the public hearing on Senate Bill 524 and hear from Grant Bossy, who will introduce it for Senator McGee.
Thank you very much, Chairman Hunt, members of the committee. My name is Grant Bossy, Deputy Chief of Staff of the New Hampshire Senate, here to introduce Senate Bill 524 on behalf of Senator Tim McGee, the bill's prime sponsor. This bill enables on-premise licensees to deliver liquor with a meal or takeout or home delivery, building on existing takeout and delivery practices. The goal is simple: support New Hampshire restaurants, provide consumer convenience for liquor takeout and delivery with food orders, and maintain strong accountability and safety standards. The bill includes clear safeguards. Liquor must be transported in a properly labeled container. Delivery must be made by an employee who is age 21 or older. A receipt is required, ensuring a clear chain of custody from the restaurant to the employee and to the customer. And deliveries must be with food and for personal consumption only, consistent with the laws on in-restaurant meals. These provisions ensure responsible delivery while giving restaurants a practical tool to compete in today's market. The Senate adopted this bill unanimously, adopting an amendment establishing a commission to study a regulatory framework for tincture products containing alcohol. This ensures we have a thoughtful, data-driven approach to an emerging product in New Hampshire. Senator McGee understands the committee may be considering an amendment to address items not included in the House version due to deadlines. And just as the Senate thought that this was a worthy bill that could carry another policy, Senator McGee understands that you may be considering a similar approach. He supports that effort and appreciates the committee's work to refine the bill. Senator McGee also wants to thank the industry experts and stakeholders who are here today to answer your questions for their input, which was critical in shaping a practical and responsible policy. To conclude, this is a balanced bill. It supports small business, maintains accountability, and protects the public. Senator McGee respectfully asks for your support of Senate Bill 524. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much for your testimony. Any questions from the committee? Yes, Representative Spear.
This may be a question for you. Didn't we have a bill like this last time?
We had this earlier this session, and I was the sponsor. And yes, it's in the proud
And it
hands-
didn't go anywhere?
Oh, it's going. It's better be going.
Oh,
It better be going. So the assumption is that, yes, the Senate will take good care of our bill because it was slightly better, wasn't much different, but it was, and that's why we're going to have some non-germane amendments to this bill in our next hearing. Thank you, Grant.
Thank you.
Okay, Kevin Daigle, New Hampshire Grocers Associates. Okay, I will put you aside. How about the other two I have here? Says amendment on it, and Graham, are you for amendment? Okay, guess we're all set with that. So I will close the public hearing on Senate Bill 524. Unfortunately, I think the calendar says we don't take up the non-germane until, does it say 10:15 or 10:30?
10:15.
Okay, perfect. I thought it was, okay.
1492, 1579 first.
What's that?
Which amendment?
Right now, we're gonna do the non-germane hearing. This is a hearing. Non-germane, yeah, that's it. You got it. Okay. Okay. So let's start with the commission to introduce all the elements of this non-germane amendment.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, committee members. For the record, Mark Armaganian, Chief of Enforcement and Licensing for the Liquor Commission. With me here today is Deputy Chief Danielle Elston and also Lieutenant Matt Culver. Because of the dynamics of what we're going to be speaking about today, of course, we brought along all the subject matter experts that we have in the office to speak and answer any of the questions that you have. So I will defer my time to both of them to speak specifically on the amendments and the bill as it's going to be. Thank you.
Good morning, Danielle Elston, Deputy Chief, New Hampshire Liquor Enforcement. So what you see here is an amendment that is part of a cleanup process that we are completing. So SB 80 last year transferred the enforcement of vape products and e-cigarettes to New Hampshire Liquor Enforcement for purposes of tax revenue. That bill, as passed, was implemented immediately. So as a result, we had to implement those processes and procedures right away. We went through an emergency rulemaking process, spoke with stakeholders, and implemented emergency rule. So what you see in here in reference to many of the tobacco items are cleanup in the statutes that just make it clearer for the licensees. As part of SB 80, the licensing of tobacco wholesalers and tobacco manufacturers was transferred to us. So we noticed some language in the statutes that was causing some confusion. So it cleans up that confusing language in the statute, and then it reiterates some of the processes that we already have in rule. So for example, in rule, we already have a reporting requirement for the licensees. They need to report in order for us to reconcile those reports to ensure what they are purchasing from the wholesalers is what they are selling on the retail level. That is part of our enforcement mechanism for that. And then some of the other language you will see just reinforces what is already in rule. One carve out you will see in regards to penalties is specific to the seizure of vape products is incredibly expensive, and the destruction of vape products is incredibly expensive. We had a destruction last year that cost us $10,000. Because of the lithium batteries, they are considered hazardous waste, and they have to be stored and disposed of accordingly. So if we find illegal vape products, we are looking to transfer that burden back to the individual who purchased those, that they are then in charge of destroying those instead of the state. So you'll see some of that in here in terms of the fine schedule. The second part to this that you'll see in terms of penalties is the same that mirrored a bill that was before you earlier this year, which was 1315. This is this is penalties for persons under the age of 21 who are found in possession of tobacco. These were inadvertently taken out in a bill in a previous session, and we are looking to put those back in. This is critical because if these penalties are not in here, then the fine for this defaults to $1,200. So it used to be that if you were a person under the age of 21, you would be fined not to exceed $100 or go through community service. By removing this, it just leaves it on the books as a violation, which is a penalty up to $1,200. And we have had some incidents in local municipalities where individuals under the age of 21 who are found in possession of tobacco have been issued a fine of $1,200. So we're just trying to reinstate the penalties that were in the books that should have not have been taken out, but it was an amendment of an amendment and inadvertently took out that process.
Right, but that we did try to pass that
We did.
already, this committee, but this got cut up on the last day session because it was on the consent calendar. It was pulled off the consent calendar, and consent calendar was not addressed. The bill we're working on right now is 524. So you should, it should say 1492. 1492. Right now, you should have 1492, Senate Bill 524. Okay, you want to, you asking something they've already discussed? Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. So if you're making the purchasers of those illegal vape products destroy them, how do you know they've destroyed them? I was just looking to see what proof, they show you, or how does that process work?
Sure. So we actually already have that established in rule. So there's a notice from the hearings office. There's a full reporting requirement to them. There's a process where we approve it, we double check it. So there's actually that procedure has already been established in administrative rule. This just gives us the authority to put that the I guess foundation to allow that to happen. So those procedures are outlined in administrative rule. But if they were found, there'd be an order from the hearings officer. They notify us how they're going to destroy them. We approve that method of destruction. Then we confirm through that process that it's been destroyed. There's a invoice process that happens with the company that does the destruction. So they would have to provide that invoice to us and show us that it's been destroyed.
Okay, you may proceed.
Are you on 1492 or 1579?
Oh, I'm sorry.
So
Which one are we supposed to be on? The 1592 is probably the later one.
1579 includes the
Yeah.
tinctures.
Okay. So I don't have the 1579. Okay, all right. I'm all set now.
Okay.
Never mind. 1492, just dispose of it in the cylinder file box. Okay.
So 1579 includes everything I just spoke
Okay,
about.
so far. Okay. All right, yes, so you were correct, Representative Herbert. No, you didn't throw it away. All right.
Hey, John, can you just catch me up because I had to run to my car to get this? Are we throwing away 1492 and going to 15?
So basically, 1492 was where I was at. And then yesterday,
There was an issue.
we're going to learn about teachers.
Tinctures.
Teachers. Is it really spelled T-E-A-C?
Tink, T-I-N-C.
T-I-N, tin. Tin. Just say, I'm dyslexic, so I will never be able to get this word right. So T, how does it? T,
Yeah, but where's the
T-I-N-C,
teacher? That's like the.
T. You have to go slowly for a dyslexic. Yes. T,
Yeah.
T-U,
I researched it yesterday because I didn't know what that meant.
R-E-S. Tin,
Yeah.
if it's, that's tin. I know tin when I see it.
You know, when you had your iodine on the bottom, it was tincture of iodine.
Okay,
That's right? Okay.
okay.
I researched it yesterday.
So that is the
While I
only
was at the
difference
bar.
between these two amendments,
WNR
is that
got there.
teachers are now added. So what we're doing is just, you know, so everybody gets it, is yes, we are deleting the underlying language because we already have that passed in the Senate. We'll take good care of that. But we're taking this version that coming back from the Senate and turning it into a Christmas tree of all the other little liquor issues that we have laying around.
So are we voting on 1492 and 1579 or we
No,
were just
1579.
1579? So 1492. we're down.
1492, put that away for,
Okay. That's what I was confused about. I love the
Yes.
legislative process.
1492 was embedded in 15.
okay. Columbus has already discovered America, so we're all set. We don't, we're now on to, I don't know what happened in 1579. Okay. All right. Proceed.
Thank you, Chairman and committee members. The latest version of the amendment doesn't include the expansion upon RSA 175.5, which is commonly referred to as the exemptions of the food products. This expands upon that to include the alcohol preparations not fit for use as a beverage, commonly referred to as the tinctures, which we all know now how to spell. But we do have industry members here who will provide testimony today on explaining exactly what the tinctures is and how they are regulated throughout the country.
Okay. So where's the controversial section of this bill, of this amendment? The related to, I guess, the grocers don't want to do reporting. Where is that in this amendment?
Page 3, line 10.
Okay.
So this
Reporting
says-
requirements.
This says that they would be required to report and that will establish those requirements in rule. So they are currently in rule through the emergency rule process, and we had worked with industry to come up with an agreeable schedule for reporting.
Okay, so I can see that this is, Like any Christmas tree, it's coming out of nowhere because all we can see is 19 dash little I. So obviously, there's much more to 17819.
That's the tobacco retailer license.
Okay, so that's in the tobacco retailer license. And in the tobacco retailer license, this statute about you having reporting requirements, was that always there or is this new?
This is new.
No, so we never actually had reporting requirements for tobacco before.
Correct. This was a process we established as a result of SB 80 with us getting the enforcement for those products. So this is part of our enforcement process to reconcile the reports.
Okay, so make sure I understand. So that when we passed that legislation, which was a couple years ago, right? Or getting to
Last year.
last year, right? Time flies. Okay, so that was last year where we were becoming aware of that. Certainly, the vaping devices and this kind of was it was being acquired, not necessarily legally in terms of the wholesalers were upset that they're having to pay a tax because this really all goes back to that we're requiring them to pay a tax on tobacco. And so the question was that we didn't really have tracking of the inventory coming in. All we had was, what they're telling us they sold, and it seemed very extraordinary that the numbers seemed to be out of whack. So we only can assume was that these devices were coming in not through proper channels, and that they were sold without being reported.
Correct.
Okay, so what this does now is says that we have reporting requirements, and not just reporting requirements of sales, but we're also having reporting requirements of inventory coming in,
Correct.
and that's the issue here.
Correct. So the wholesalers in the state are responsible for paying the tax. What part of the reason SB 80 was created is because we have a large amount of illegal wholesalers in the state, and the retailers were purchasing from the illegal wholesalers. But there was part of what SB 80 did is it required the retailers to purchase from a licensed wholesaler. That actually wasn't on the books. So we required them to purchase from a licensed wholesaler. And now we are requiring the licensed wholesaler and the licensed retailer to report what they are purchasing, what they're selling, so that we can ensure that they're purchasing from the licensed wholesaler. Because when they purchase from an unlicensed wholesaler, the state loses out on the tax because it's the wholesaler that's required to pay the tax.
It would be similar if somebody was with our beer distributors. If you were buying beer outside of the beer distributor, you would not be paying our 30 cents a gallon.
Correct.
Okay, so this tobacco product, this wholesale, is this just related to the taping, or is it or all tobacco products? Why is this new? I mean, weren't we tracking before cigarettes?
not.
So how did you know about cigarettes coming in? How were you reconciling cigarettes?
We were not. We just got this process.
So this is a new.
It is a new process.
This is a new tax.
It's not a new tax. There's
No,
no,
well, I
they,
think so.
they don't
Okay.
pay anything.
It's a new tax. It's a new enforcement mechanism.
Correct.
For something that we have been doing all these years. We've never required wholesalers to ever report.
There was a self-reporting of the licensed wholesalers. So what was happening is you had unlicensed wholesalers selling to retailers. The retailers were not required to report. So there was no clear avenue to determine which retailers were buying from unlicensed wholesalers
Right.
because the retailers did not report.
Okay.
This was kind of like a loophole.
Correct. So in the past, who reported was the licensed wholesalers, but it's a self-reporting system. So the
Okay,
and
so
they
I-
paid the tax
I just
based on what they
my
reported.
last question. Make sure I understand this now. So this wholesalers now that we're requiring them to report, which I hear you're doing it quarterly, which I think is absolutely nuts. Okay, but that are we picking up something to other tobacco products that never were tracked before? In other words, is this a new task for wholesalers that they never had, or they were always doing it, or they were always as you say, self-reporting or,
There are some new processes for the wholesalers, and this is a brand new process for the retailers.
okay, so in the new, all right, so, because the retailers are also reporting,
Correct,
and then the wholesalers are reporting.
correct.
Okay, so 1582, yeah, no, I don't know what 1582 is. 1582 was the original, that's amendment is already, 1582, that section is in the back section of this bill. That, we already added it to this bill, I think. No, maybe not. No, I guess that's another amendment. We'll take that up and, we'll take it up in a minute. Okay, 1582 will be taken up later. Yeah, we will add it, in other words, we'll be discussing it, but that it'll come up, because it came in after I had 1579 drawn up, so it will be then discussed after that. And that when we take it to the House floor, or excuse me, the committee, when the committee takes a motion, actually, we won't exec this till next week, so by next week, if we agreed to go with this amendment, then it'll all be in one amendment, so it'll be in yet a new amendment number. Okay, so I'm just trying to follow the bouncing ball here on this reporting requirements and stuff, because it's sort of like, to me, we've always asked beer distributors to be the collection agent entity. Okay, so in this case, now we're making sure the wholesalers are our collection are collecting the fees, but to really make sure that it matches up, we're now asking the tobacco retailers to report so that we can match up to make sure that we're getting everything.
Correct.
So I would compare this to, again, going back to beer, that we have a beer tax, okay? The beer tax is collected by the wholesalers, but that we match it up with rooms and meals where there's a meals, but you don't know that it's beer per se. When people are paying the rooms and meals tax, we don't really know that it's what it is in that tax. So the issue of having the retailers report, why do we care about that if the wholesalers are the ones who are supposed to be reporting?
Because we need to make sure the retailers are actually buying from a licensed wholesaler. That's where we lose the tax in the state. If the retailers purchase from an unlicensed wholesaler, then no one pays the tax.
So how do you know that I'm buying, if I were a bar, how do you know that I got my beer from a beer distributor rather than I went over to some state that has real cheap beer, but I don't know who that would be, but somewhere else and got the beer and cheap it, and how would you know, how would you be able to pick that up in terms through the rooms and meals?
So there's a couple mechanisms that we have in Title 13 to allow that. One, much like this, they're required to buy from the licensed wholesalers, and there's reporting that happens on that. There's the 10-day list where if the retailer defaults on their invoice to the wholesalers, they can no longer receive deliveries, which then we're notified of. And now that we know that they're not receiving deliveries, we're able to track, if they keep getting beer into the establishment, we're able to see that they're obviously not getting it from a licensed wholesaler.
Say that again. How do you see that now? How do you know?
It's through a reporting process. If the retailer is late on their invoice, then the wholesalers report to us that a retailer is late on their invoice.
Well, he didn't buy. The retailer didn't buy it. They got it from some fly by night, right? So again, I'm trying to keep making things parallel here, so that it sounds to me like do we make grocers record their beer sales?
John, I think it would be if I don't pay my distributor bill
Right.
and I somehow keep selling beer,
Oh, no,
they're gonna be like,
yeah, they have to report. The beer distributor
no, but
reports.
like if I continue to stay operating at my bar
Yeah,
and wasn't getting deliveries from a distributor, they would say, where are you getting this beer from? Like,
Correct.
how am I staying open?
That's
So
right.
that's
That-
like their mechanism, I think
that
is
would
what she's
be,
saying.
okay.
Yeah.
Right, so you would be seeing that the grocer is selling the product, but that you don't have any record of a wholesaler delivering to them So then that's the whole reason why you're asking them to report.
Correct. The process is a little bit different in the beer industry versus the vape industry, in that there can be a lot of out-of-state wholesalers for tobacco.
Got it.
That's very different than you have in the state. In the state, we have in-state wholesalers, so they're very involved in the market. They're very involved in the industry. But as right now, you can have out-of-state wholesalers for tobacco.
But in terms of cigarettes, how do we track cigarettes? We don't ask the retailer to tell us about their cigarette sales. Why are we going after the vape equipment?
The reporting requirements right now for the retailers includes the cigarettes.
Now, with
Right.
this new law.
Right. And I think
Okay.
I think
This new
the,
law, which they're not too crazy about, and it was a rule, and we're trying to put it.
but
put
I
some
think in the
statute behind
comparison
it.
here too, and it was brought up briefly, is the number of wholesalers that we're talking about. We're talking about over 100 tobacco wholesalers versus the 7 alcohol wholesalers that we have now, which is much more manageable to see the wholesalers purchasing what they're selling to what retailer. The 10-day list that was referenced is a specific law on limited credits. So yes, if there is no way any retail establishment, bar, restaurant would be able to be in business for a period of time and not be on the 10-day list, the limited credit list, and still be serving alcohol. There's no possibility, there's no way that could happen. And our investigators do pay attention to that when they're doing their premise inspections and initiate investigations on that. With the tobacco wholesalers, you're talking about so many tobacco wholesalers, almost 1,700 retailers. The only way to reconcile those reports is to have them both report.
Okay, my last question is, when I do my rooms and meals, I get a 3% commission. Are you giving commission to retailers to fill out this report? Well, let's fix that. And maybe they won't be so unhappy about filling out the report. Okay.
I have a question.
Yes.
Does it have anything to do with vape?
Yes,
Is, because that's a real problem.
that's correct.
So are we, what is this going to do in regards to?
We're going to find out that making sure that those vaping devices that are sold in New Hampshire actually have paid the tax. That's what we're trying to do. Make sure they pay the tax.
Okay.
Otherwise,
I
we
don't-
could,
I'm not-
otherwise
I'm
we
not-
could solve this with just having a sales tax on the actual sale of the vaping devices. And I'm sure the retailers would love to collect that tax and report that on a monthly
If
basis.
there's,
Uh,
there is a second part to this too, in that there is I think where the representative was going, there's a significant amount of counterfeit and illegal vape products that are in the market. So by requiring the retailer to purchase from a licensed wholesaler, the licensed wholesaler is required to purchase from a licensed manufacturer. We ensure that the vape products coming in are legitimate vape
safe.
products and not the counterfeit products. We have encountered the vape destruction that I talked about earlier, in terms of the one that cost us a significant amount to destroy, was actually counterfeit and illegal vape products. They came over from China. They weren't purchased from a licensed wholesaler. We don't know what's in them. We don't know the ingredients in them, and they're being sold on the store. So the second part to this is not only to collect the tax, which we do know there is this market of unlicensed wholesalers selling to retailers. It is also to ensure that the products coming in are the approved products and legitimate products in the market.
Right. Well, I'm sure our grocers would never want to sell something that was Chinese made and not regulated properly. Other questions? Yes.
Thank you. This is just a definition question. What's the difference between, it's kind of non sequitur, but fortified wine and table wine?
Where are you?
It's, well, it's
Okay,
in here
you're
a
going
lot, but
backwards.
it's
You're
a
back.
line and the amendment 1579, section, line
This is
9.
the off-premise licensing.
Yeah, off-premise licenses.
Believe it or not, we did bifurcate the different categories, yes.
So what is the difference between them?
Is 1582
Um,
do with it?
So, no, the fortified is a higher alcohol. Higher alcohol. I don't
Thank
think
you.
we sell a
Thank
lot
you.
of it. It was back in the old days where
Fortified
where
wine.
people thought that being a wino was better than an alcoholic. Just still drunk and they were drinking fortified,
Representative, there are three different classifications of wine: fortified wine, table wine, and domestic wine. And those are all covered in 175.1, the definitions, but it is largely in part based on alcohol
Yeah,
percentage.
so actually this is a great list for you to see all the good stuff we sell. See, it's all the different categories, which I know that eDNA is, with the bill that passed out of the Senate related to having barbers sell booze. They got, when I went in and testified, and they got very intrigued about all our different kinds of licenses that we have, given that they are eDNA. And so therefore they wanted to know more about, and they want to interim study that bill. So they want to learn everything that we know about all our different definitions. So licenses.
If I may,
Yes.
Chairman, a couple more things about the tobacco retail reporting.
Yes.
When we established this through rule, and it's in place now, the tobacco retailers are reporting. We utilized a tremendous amount of industry members to create these reports. There is a lot of industry support on this because the retailers do know that other retailers are buying from non-licensed wholesalers. And when they do that, they can buy their products for much less of a cost. And it creates an unfair industry, right? So we did utilize industry members to create these reports. The reports are in place and we are receiving these reports now. Based on the industry members' feedback on this is when we originally had it established as monthly reporting. And it is quarterly reporting now, per rule.
And you did that just to make them somewhat happy because because to me, if you're really tracking the wholesalers, are you making them do quarterly also?
The wholesalers and the manufacturers report monthly still.
Right, so you should be getting the retailers to report monthly.
I don't disagree with that, but we can still get there. It just makes it more complicated. for
Right,
us.
because now you
Yes.
got to add.
Yes, correct.
You got to multiply by 3.
More
And
than that.
the biggest issue with the quarterly reporting is in the third month of the quarter, those products may not be in the store anymore. So yes, it does complicate things, but we are able to.
You did this only to try to placate them. This was not, it wasn't rational to do it. You did this to placate them, is that correct?
It was based on feedback that we got. Yes.
Okay, and then, why don't we talk about tinctures? We're about to find out. Can you explain the tinctures? Reardon is not here. Oh, here, oh, good, perfect. Okay. Yeah, so, yeah, we need you to do a pink card.
Does he have one?
No, I need you guys to do one. And then what is your name? You're Graham, right?
I'm Graham, yeah.
Okay.
And Chairman, I have written testimony too. Would you like me to pass that out before?
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. Is it American Heart
American Herbal Products Association.
Herbal Products?
American Herbal Products.
And you're out of Keene?
I am from Keene, that's right.
It's-
I've had it.
Well, I'm from Ringe.
Are you? Oh, excellent.
Yes. Herbal products, okay.
Man, it goes all the way back to Greece, ancient
Yeah,
Greece.
it's- But,
No wonder they're screwed up.
so unfortunately, the good news is, I guess the bad news is it has alcohol in it. The good news is that you would never want to drink it. It wouldn't be like cough medicine.
Yeah, actually cough medicine is a good foil for it. I think, So my name's Graham Rigby. I'm a resident of Keene, New Hampshire. I am the president and CEO of the American Herbal Products Association, which is the leading trade association for herbal products in the country. And kind of our mission is to promote responsible herbal commerce. As you guys have picked up in the written testimony, alcohol-based herbal tinctures, which I have a couple of samples I can pass around here. These are from Granite State Naturals, which is just down the hill here in Concord. They've been used, for millennia, dating back beyond actually previous to ancient Greece, Rome, and Egypt. It's a means of extracting and delivering botanical compounds. And these products have been used in New Hampshire for several years to promote the health and wellness of residents of the Granite State. We represent proprietors, manufacturers, brands, and retailers who sell these products. Late last year, Senator Reardon and Chief Armganian and Lieutenant Culver of the Liquor Commission identified a gap in the New Hampshire law that basically we need to formally distinguish these health and wellness products from alcoholic beverages. And that is what's in 1582, which I think you have in front of you that Senator Reardon had introduced, that we are fully supportive. Other states have alcohol laws that mirror New Hampshire's. Pennsylvania is probably one that has already addressed this issue, specifically items that are unfit for beverage purposes. So, this is an ashwagandha herbal tincture. This is a saw palmetto. You guys can take a look. How do you use it? So it's a dropper. There's 30 servings. There's 30 servings in one of those dropper bottle. That's 1 ounce.
So you do drink it?
You do. You put it in a liquid solution. Exactly. Yeah, you would put it in water. You certainly can take it straight. It doesn't taste very good. I wouldn't recommend it, but some people might do that. But what we've attempted to mirror, and obviously we've worked very closely with the Liquor Commission Enforcement Division, is to identify any proprietary substances that are unfit for beverage purposes. And that includes alcohol-based herbal tinctures. It also includes things like NyQuil, which right now we don't have a solution for in New Hampshire law, or ZzzQuil, which has 10% alcohol, homeopathic remedies. And then before there was so happy to pass any of these around. You're probably familiar with NyQuil, maybe less familiar with alcohol-based herbal tinctures. But the point is they all contain alcohol as a delivery system, and they're not fit for beverage purposes. And that's kind of the thing that brings them all together. So this proposed amendment would basically codify, similar to Pennsylvania, that these products, now have legal standing aside from alcoholic beverages, as Lieutenant Culver mentioned in 175-5. And again, I think by doing this, we'll ensure the Liquor Commission can do the great work that they do without being, distracted by products that aren't alcohol beverages. And then obviously we'll also protect access to Granite Staters for these important products that promote health and wellness.
Okay, we do have a question. Representative Sullivan?
So in here, it doesn't really say specifically definition. I mean, it kind of does, but I mean, there's a lot of bitters that are sometimes marketed as like a medicine type thing, but people also do consume in an alcoholic consumption sort of way to, you know. So like what's a good way to make that distinction? I'm thinking like Underberg, that's like a bitters that, isn't technically called alcohol in this state, but is still, people still drink it. And
Right.
so what you just passed around, I've never seen before, but like, how do we know that versus this? And
Yeah.
I don't know what that distinction would be or how to like sort of clarify that.
It's a great question. I think typically packaging is a clear signal, and then the usage occasion is a clear signal. Clearly you're not taking a serving of NyQuil as a beverage. That's sort of a delivery for a specific purpose. Bitters, I think, are sort of in between, like you're saying, because they're more classically consumed as a beverage. They're not regulated that way, to your point. And so I think part of what we were trying to do was to have, this definition that basically if it's not fit for beverage purpose, it's sort of outside of the alcohol beverage definition and goes into this 175.5. And we were attempting, obviously the original issue, we found a gap for these alcohol-based tinctures. And then in looking at Pennsylvania's law, we also noticed that some of these other products, over-the-counter medicines, et cetera, aren't also codified in New Hampshire law. And so we wanted to take the opportunity to do that. Even though I don't represent those companies, it just, it seemed efficient.
Follow up.
Further question, inquiry?
So it's basically going to be based on packaging. So, is there? I'm just trying to think ahead. When you have high schoolers who are like, "Ooh, I can take these little droppers and pour them into my orange juice," and
Sure.
That's like the loophole where
Something really strong.
Yeah.
Overset the.
No, I get it, but I'm saying kids are infinitely clever, so we'll probably never be able to close all loopholes. I'm just kind of thinking out
Yeah.
loud. Is it just based on packaging? So maybe that's not really marketed as having alcohol in it, and they'd have to somehow figure that out, which would be easy probably with the internet these days.
Right.
But that's it. It's just basically packaging and how it's marketed, not actually the contents.
There's also friction on price. These are not inexpensive items. A bottle like that could cost $25.
Holy moly.
And so, I think there's friction
expensive
there.
drink.
I think one serving of this, is equivalent to about a third of the alcohol delivered in a non-alcoholic beer.
One
It's-
serving is a droplet.
Correct. That's right. So,
So
the,
pouring in a third of that bottle will get somebody pretty drunk.
no.
It
no,
said
not at all.
50%
Yeah.
grain alcohol.
Yeah.
Okay.
And it's the
That's
whole
that-
bottle is an ounce. But
okay, gotcha. Okay.
yeah. So,
Sorry.
and this is kind of where, I think when we originally sat down, Chief Arngane, Lieutenant Culver and I, and we went through all of this, I think that's the realization is that the dose and the exposure is very low. And the intent and the purpose of these products is obviously for the health and wellness, the botanical compounds, not the alcohol. That's really the intent and the purpose of these
Thank you.
products.
Does it say how much alcohol is in the NyQuil?
It does, yeah. These are both 10%.
10% alcohol.
Yep.
And the other like,
No, that's fine.
You're familiar. Yeah.
Well, the reason I say that, because I have, being on this committee for so many years.
Yeah.
I'm now have been spending a lot of time coming up with a measurement system of the alcohol per ounces.
Mhm.
Okay, and reason I got to is that when we passed flavored malt beverages at 8%, it never crossed my mind that we'd be selling it in a 24-ounce can.
Right.
And all of a sudden, now that can is equivalent to a six-pack. You're drinking a whole six-pack in just this one can.
Yeah.
So that's where I am conscious of how much alcohol and how much you're getting. So yes, if you drank that whole thing, one of your products,
Yep.
that's like having 2 shots or even more than that, because we usually only think about 80 proof, and that's 100% proof. And so that could be close to several martinis if someone were to drink one of those straight up.
Yeah, and again, I think that these are I would describe the flavor as herbal, so it's definitely not a pleasant experience. It is medicinal or like akin to cod liver oil, and I think in terms of the scaling of packaging, obviously these products, this is like $8. This is 12 ounces. At 10%, these products are $25, and so the idea that you'd have a 4-ounce $100 tincture is not going to be a big seller. So just as it's not, if you go into a retailer, you see a shelf of 1-ounce bottles. They don't come in multi-serve sizes. This is a month serving, basically. 30 servings.
Thank you. I have to ask, so on number 3 over there, toilet, medicinal and antiseptic, I understand. Where does rubbing alcohol come in, and what the heck is toilet?
Yeah, I think again, we're trying to be as comprehensive as possible. I don't represent, sort of toilet products per se, but I think the Pennsylvania law that it's if you're using alcohol as a cleaning agent for cleaning toilets, that's obviously
That's
not
what it
fit
is?
for beverage. In other products that you would typically find, in the bathroom for cleaning, antiseptic, other sort of reasons, where you'd be deploying alcohol and it's obviously not for beverage. It either is for a cleaning or an antiseptic purpose.
And where's rubbing alcohol?
That's it.
No,
That's what they're talking about.
Yep.
okay.
Exactly.
Denatured alcohol.
That's it. And again, I think the idea and the concept behind this amendment is just to take any other products so it doesn't come up again and we identify gaps in the law, because these are obviously products that are sold in New Hampshire, and we just want to make sure the Liquor Commission has laws that they can point to in terms of how they're regulated.
Okay, great. Thank you very
Great.
much. Thank you
Thank
for
you.
coming in.
Appreciate it.
Okay, now I have two cards here. Are you guys on this issue or are you on the, Kevin, Kevin, you care about yeah, right, but that's on the amendment, but in terms of you don't care about the tinctuaries, I assume? Okay. And Patel, do you care about which one, okay, all right. So is there anybody else who wants to talk about tinctures? Okay, so we'll end that discussion. Now we'll move on. Kevin, come on up. And how much of a hassle is this reporting?
How much time you got?
All day.
I'll be respectful.
When I come time to do rooms and meals, room reporting, it just a push of a button on the computer and out spits the number.
Right, but you don't have to put how many beds, how many people. It's a quick, this is what the tax was that you collected
Right,
and paid. We don't collect the tax because we
Got
don't
that.
pay the tax.
right.
So we'll answer all your questions, and then I'm sure you'll come up with some more. But for
Okay.
the record, thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Kevin Daigle, President of the New Hampshire Grocers Association. As I've testified before to your group, we represent mom and pop, independent, and chain grocery and convenience stores. As you've seen, we're appearing today not in opposition to the entire amendment. Our bigger concerns are specifically Section 5, or at least it was Section 5 on the first one. I think it's still Section 5 on the second one.
Yes, it is.
Okay. And essentially requires holders of retail tobacco licenses to report inventory, loss, purchases, and sales to the commission. For retailers, this represents an unnecessary and costly mandate, and one that has never been required. Compliance can be effectively achieved through existing enforcement mechanisms, with the New Hampshire Liquor Commission already having the authority and ability to conduct in-store compliance checks by verifying that products on the premises have been properly taxed and are legal for sale. When violations are identified, products can be seized and appropriate penalties applied. This straightforward approach ensures compliance without imposing additional administrative burdens on retailers. So there's a number of reasons we're opposed to this. The Liquor Commission touched upon Senate Bill 80 as the precursor to all this. I'll kind of give a brief history over the last year while intertwining those opposition pieces into it. As I had said, Senate Bill 80 passed last year, put into statute 1, moving enforcement of tobacco away from Department of Revenue to the Liquor Commission. 2, that retailers must maintain accurate records for 3 years. These records are essentially the receipts of their wholesale purchases of tax products, essentially meaning if Department of Revenue prior to or Liquor Commission now comes onto your premises to look at your products and audit that, you need to have those records right there on file. This has been done by retailers previously through enforcement from Department of Revenue, and retailers continue to do so under enforcement from Liquor Commission. We don't have an issue with this at all. It's been done that way, continues to be done that way. We're fine with it. The sponsor of Senate Bill 80's intent was based on several vape shops undercutting the vape market and selling untaxed products. Senate Bill 80 allowed the Liquor Commission to use their enforcement ability to ensure that tax is paid on those products. Not once were reporting requirements ever discussed in the bill or the hearing itself. Instead, the Liquor Commission, without statutory authority, mandated with an announcement to retailers on November 6th that retailers start monthly reporting with the first report due November 15th, within 2 weeks. There was no stakeholder meetings prior to that. Confusion ensued from mom and pop to chain retailers, all wondering where this came from, and more importantly, how do we process these multi-page reports? At best, I believe, and I'm trying to do this off the top of my head, it's 6 tabs. If you fill out information on one tab, it auto-populates the main form. You go to the next tab, you have to fill everything out, it auto-populates. An exercise in futility that takes anywhere, good operator who's on top of everything, 20 hours a month. Somebody who's not on top of everything and pushes it and waits till the last minute, 40 hours a month. Each and every time this report is needing to be done. Liquor Commission can use their enforcement ability, it went through that. Instead mandated the announcement on November 16th. Confusion ensued. Almost every retailer incurred costly burdens to process these reports. Had to invest in updated POS systems. Some had to invest in a POS system. A lot of people still doing old cash registers. You go to some of these mom and pop general stores that have been around forever. Adding staff to track and update the inventory, because I don't trust the regular person that's sitting behind the counter in some cases. I need to make sure this is accurate because this is a report that I'm giving to a regulatory body that has the ability to fine me or take away my license. So I want to make sure this is being done appropriately and accurately. And believe it or not, some stores have to purchase Microsoft licenses because they don't have Microsoft products, and these forms are only compatible with Microsoft Excel. Chairman, you talked about the rooms and meals tax. If I don't do it online, I can print the form, complete it, send it in with my payment. I checked this morning. Cannot do that with the Liquor Commission. They want it submitted in this format. These are all added costs that need not occur, as Liquor Commission's enforcement agents can simply walk into any store at any time and audit those products on the shelves for compliance. Liquor Commission says they were tasked in Senate Bill 80 with reporting, which they weren't, and why we're here today looking for statutory authority to mandate reporting by retailers. Only after being barraged by a membership about the confusion and added cost of reporting did the Liquor Commission meet with us to address the reporting mandate that was placed on retailers without statutory authority. In that meeting, Liquor Commission's enforcement group heard from small independent retailers, large chain retailers, and a mid-sized retailer group. Out of that meeting, Liquor Commission agreed to place a temporary halt on mandatory reporting till February 15th, allowing retailers to understand reporting requirements and put the proper procedures in place. This didn't eliminate the undue burdens on compiling all of the information needed to accurately complete the report each time we need to file the report, whether it's monthly, whether it's quarterly. On February 17th, Liquor Commission filed emergency rules with GelCar to manage the reporting requirement that they placed on retailers, again, without their statutory authority. After their discussion with the GelCar chair, Liquor Commission amended their emergency rules to mandate that reporting move from monthly to quarterly reporting. And that's where we stand today. So coming now, making this a statutory requirement for retailers is needless and an unnecessary and costly burden on retailers. There is no other product that we sell that we're mandated to report or to invest this amount of time, effort, and money in simply for reporting purposes. Understandable for wholesalers who pay the tobacco tax. Retailers do not collect or remit any portion of this tax. Liquor Commission often says the ones crying the loudest are the bad actors, when in fact that is false. Our members, large and small, who operate in your very communities, agree that bad actors should be dealt with. However, requiring everyone to go through a costly exercise, monthly or quarterly, that may or may not get reviewed by the Liquor Commission, only to potentially catch some slipping up is not a good use of anyone's time. Instead, we welcome the Liquor Commission to pop in unannounced to those they suspect are circumventing and selling untaxed products and make an example of them. Retailers have endured this for years with Department of Revenue's unannounced visits and would welcome this again versus the burdens of unauthorized mandated reporting. We ask that this section be removed from the amendment. I thank you, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
So they are currently doing this right now? Or it sounds like it was on pause. I'm a little confused.
They had emergency
It-
rule.
It's, they do it, it's paused, they do it, it's paused again with the next report due July 1st for the period of April 1st through June. That only covers a third of the licensees.
So when you're saying that it takes 20 to 40 hours a month, that you've actually gone, or somebody's gone through this process to come up with those numbers, right?
I've
Well, not you, but some real.
This is one of the few issues my organization has heard from almost on a daily basis.
Okay, one more follow-up.
Further question, inquire.
So, okay, so when you say they're welcome to pop in and do an audit,
Mhm.
what would they audit? Like, we have to have some sort of record keeping. You said that they keep things for 3 years worth of data or something like that. So what is the process? So if I'm a retailer buying from an unlicensed wholesaler, because we just heard the commission say there's like 100 wholesalers or something like that. Is you just have to hold records of everything you've sold? I mean,
Everything we've purchased, and the Liquor Commission could tell you more what they look for. Some of that is proprietary information, so we don't know. But the simplistic view, an agent comes in, can quickly look at my back bar and see which products are taxed, because there's a label affixed to every cigarette package that's there. So they can see if it's taxed or not taxed. So if I'm buying from an unlicensed wholesaler, that unlicensed wholesaler is not buying the tobacco stamps to put onto those products.
I thought we got rid of stamps. I thought we didn't have stamps anymore.
You still have them on cigarettes, you do. Yeah.
do we on vapes?
Vapes is a whole other issue.
But that's what we're tracking here.
That's
is
what this
vapes.
is about, right?
No.
This bill is
vapes-
about vapes, isn't it?
This is about cigarettes, little cigars, roll your own, other tobacco products, e-cigarettes, which are open and refillable, and e-cigarettes, which are closed and disposable.
Aren't those vapes?
Yeah, those are vapes, yeah.
So
Right,
that's what we're
so
trying
if
to
we just
add it
narrowed
to.
it down to just vapes, you would be okay with this bill?
We'd
This
prefer
was-
nothing. Again, they've got the ability to come in now. You can't tell me that they're looking at all 1,500 licensees' reports to see.
Well, that's because they have AI to do it for them. You're filling out that computer report and sending it in, and yes, the big old computer is the one that's checking all those numbers for you. Isn't that marvelous about computers?
It's
So
marvelous.
let me ask you a question. You sit down in front of your computer for 2 whole days to, 8-hour days to do this report. When you say 20 hours,
Well, you have to track the starting inventory that you have.
well, you
Every time you get a delivery.
Every inventory company I know
Right. So-
has a beginning inventory report
Right.
and has an ending report.
Right.
And you absolutely could do it monthly or quarterly, or you can ask it whatever numbers you want. But that's all in the computer, right?
It's not all in the computer.
You're telling me that you actually do physical inventories?
The majority of your transaction is a receipt or a purchase order coming
Yeah,
in
but
like that. It's
they're not asking for
electronic.
individual receipts, they're asking for the total receipts.
They're doing the total, but they
Yeah,
still has
that's
to be
done by
added up.
computer,
And-
right?
And not everybody has computers.
Well, I understand this is
right?
another issue
And
about
if you
not
do,
everybody has
and
a
if you're
computer.
with the larger chains, their issue is they're buying it in bulk and getting invoiced in one central
So,
location. So now
I
they
have,
have to break
I
that
have
up
a
by
humorous
location.
question for you.
Yeah, sure.
I have a humorous question,
Okay.
okay? If we want all these draconian measures, would there be some retailers who would decide that they don't want to sell this product anymore because of the reporting requirements?
I'm sure there would be, yeah.
Because I can see one lobbyist in this room who would think that's a great idea, that the state has made it so horrendous to sell this product that retailers stop selling it.
It's not going to stop the consumer from buying it.
I understand that, but that,
It is a humorous question, yes.
you follow?
I follow.
Okay. All right, other questions, Representative Sullivan?
No, well, so I'm just thinking, so right now, you have these stamps on the back of each one, but those stamps aren't on the the vapes and stuff?
Yeah, so when tobacco stamps are applied to packs, there's literally mechanisms and machines that wholesalers purchase. That it comes in, it opens the carton, the taxes, the stamps are affixed, and it reseals the carton. To do that for a vape, the vapes are individual products. It's more difficult to do. So there's not a stamp actually on that product.
Seems to me that that is the crux of the problem. If we don't have a system to track those, and this is ultimately about e-cigarettes or whatever you want to call them, then, I mean, maybe we could scale out that system that they have. It sounds like they'd be complaining about that too, if we, or somebody else would be complaining, maybe not you.
Right.
But, I mean,
don't know what
there's
the
clearly a
use is.
problem here, and I think we're trying to come up with a solution. You want auditing, but it sounds like we can't audit the thing we're trying to regulate. Under the current
Auditing
system.
already occurred. If there was suspicion that this store was selling black market product,
But how would we prove that we're selling black market e-cigarettes if there's no stamp? What you're telling me is there's no stamp on some of those, but there's stamps on cigarettes.
but I can
and-
look at how many I have of said product
Uh-huh.
currently there and look at what I've purchased and do.
But we don't know if we
Reverse it.
purchase it from a black market if it doesn't have a stamp. It sounds like the stamp is the key part of this. Am I wrong? So if I go to buy cigarettes from my store and it has a stamp on it because it came from a licensed wholesaler, and then I go buy some e-cigarettes from a unlicensed wholesaler, but there's no stamps on e-cigarettes, whether I get them licensed or unlicensed, that seems like a major loophole that is potentially being exploited, which sounds to me is what they're trying to
Right,
solve.
exactly. Right.
So, but what you're telling me is they can't put, or it's inconvenient to put
That's
stamps
that's
on
my
it.
understanding. Yeah.
So I don't know what the solution is, but it sounds like the stamp is a big part of it.
I think the solution actually is to going back to what we already have in place with tobacco and beer, is that the wholesaler should be paying the tax. We should be doing ahead of time. I think.
But if they're buying unlicensed,
Then,
e-cigarettes.
but basically what happens is he just said, they're more than willing to show their records at any time. So the Liquor Commission can go into any retailer and demand to see
Right.
their wholesale invoices and that to prove that the tax was collected.
Mhm.
Okay, because that will be on.
And they need to keep
So
those
any,
records on
they
site.
can shut down any of these licensees
Correct.
if they don't have proof of buying it from a wholesaler that collected the tax.
Correct.
Okay, thank you very much for your
Thank you.
testimony. Yes, well,
Is
Thank
it
you.
humorous? It
Is
has to
what?
be a humorous question.
no, you only get those from
Oh,
me.
yeah.
I would assume every state taxes tobacco products. Is that? So how do other states handle the e-cigarettes?
The only state I know of that requires reporting is Rhode Island, and they have a whole infrastructure built up that I can go into that system and do it. There's no.
We
other-
love way Rhode Island does things, don't we?
No, we don't.
Yeah.
But they're the only other state that
There you go.
requires that.
So every other state does it by wholesaler, or they don't?
That's my understanding.
Okay. Thank you very much for your testimony. Before I take the Liquor Commission, I know, Chief, you want to speak. I'm going to have this one other card here, Ankit Patel, come up and tell us his story.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Ankit Patel, and I am a small licensee holder of the tobacco product and a beer product. So I'm actually a person doing a report, person's submitting it, and went through the process. So I can answer most of the question that everybody had it here, and then figure it out. Mainly what it cost us throughout this reporting happened from November till now, it's a time. We are in the business of a penny and a smaller margin business. Neither we manufacture a product, neither we consume it. So we are not the bigger box people that are making a product and making the profit. We are just in between of collecting a percentage of the commission that we are making into it. Doing the work for tobacco industries is too much for us because cigarette company mainly makes money, tobacco company mainly makes money, then there is a wholesaler and there is a retailer after. Retailers are the smallest percentage of it. Doing the work wasn't the problem, but doing the work every monthly and throughout all the products. So once you say cigarette has 200 different pieces to it. There's a light, menthol, there's so many. Same thing with chewing tobacco, same thing with the vape, same thing with roll you own. So over the one store, if I look at it, that's over 500 different SKU that I need to manage. Once managing was the problem, as Kevin mentioned, is everybody has to have a POS system and the system in place to manage a 500 different SKU. If reporting needs the number needs to be accurate. If something goes off on a 5-piece from here and a 5-piece from there, end of the day, my number's never gonna be right. And managing the 500 SKU on a daily basis, on everyday basis, every customer comes in, it's a task for us. And that task, can we do it on the margin and the amount of money we're making it? I'd rather not sell a tobacco product at all. Just get rid of it. I don't need to sell a cigarette. Why would I
There
make...
are some people who think that's great.
Yeah, why would I make a state and tobacco company a money there that it doesn't make me anything more often than what it is? End of the day, I'm looking at my table. That table is very thin to provide all this data for a state to do the work. I'm not against bad people. I'm not against the reporting. I'm not against on it. But doing to that portion and coming to that, it's harder. It's creating a lot of works. And as Kevin mentioned, that 40 hours at 25 hours, if somebody's very genius on it, because delivery comes from manufacturer on a daily basis, sometimes 2 times a week, sometimes 3 times a week. You gotta manage everything. It needs to be manageable to the point because we are talking about a number. This commission ask is, how many vape product do you have or how many cigarette do you have? We gotta count by a piece, not just by a whole as the carton of it or the pack of it. Before they changed the ruling now, they used to want to count by a stick. Now, just by going to one store and look at the product on the display, and you will see there is too many just to be in a right number of page. We are not talking just 5 or 10 or 15 or 20. That's easy to be manageable. But this is creating a lot of headache for us. And that's basically what it come down. We did argue back then where the Liquor Commission had a meeting. We run down with a lot of option and we gave a lot of feedback to it. We are open door. They can come and check us anytime. They want to make sure the audited anytime, no problem. But giving a work, if I'm doing everything right, and I keep submitting a data to for 10, 15 years, I don't know, whatever till this lasts, and there's nothing to be found, why did I waste 40 hours a month just to do this? For what? And I got to hire somebody. If I'm doing the work, then I got to pay the employee to do the work. Then the POS system, I got to pay a yearly subscription to make sure that it's all compliance with everything it is. And I got to manage on a weekly basis that product's coming in. It's not a one-time purchase. And that is created a lot of confusion in the talking throughout. That's why this is becoming a hot topic around it, because it has a lot of questions. And then at that questions, it's only can answer by retailer and a wholesaler, because they are the one who goes through. I don't collect tax. I don't collect tax from a customer. I don't pay tax to a wholesaler. I am just the product person who's giving it out to it, then why do I have to do the work for something that it's not in my control? If wholesaler paid a tax, that's wholesaler's job. Why did you issue a license to a person that are not doing the right job? Then take the license away from them. Why it's me? I didn't do the work, you know? I'm just the person is taking a delivery. If they didn't pay a tax, take the license from them. And then the problem will be all sorted out. Neither I collect taxing from a customer as well. So why would I have to give you something that is costing me money, time, and effort to do that? And end of the day, there is no outcome to it because I'm the clean guy. You can come anytime you want to come. That's the approach to it.
So, have you ever bought from a wholesaler that wasn't licensed?
No.
So what have you been paying? So you have no idea how well you are doing in terms of the revenue to the state because you have no idea about the tax whatsoever. As far as you know, all you're doing is just selling these things.
Correct.
Okay. So that you're saying is that you would potentially quit selling them altogether if we continue to make you have to fill out this unnecessary report, or if we made you collect the tax.
Then
Would you be
it's
okay to
very
fill out the
easy.
report?
Why then I don't need to fill out a report, then we'll just go through as a meals and room tax. That's what we've been doing it for the deli items that we've been selling it. It's very easy for us because it's a dollar amount. You
Right.
put it in as $20,000 deli or food you sell, and then tax comes up automatically, and we just pay. We wouldn't have any problem because that tax is not coming out of my pocket. That customer paid. I am just an agent. Then I'm paying it back to the state.
Right, but we don't like really creating new taxes right now. Okay, any questions? For Mr. Yes, Representative Spear.
Thank you. We've been throwing around the idea that if it becomes too burdensome, you just stop selling. But I don't think it's that simple. You have competitors, and if you do stop selling, you'll get less customers. And I think it'll hit your bottom line much worse than just the work taken to do the cigarette stuff. So I think we have to add that into the losses that he would be facing, is that it would also be the customers he'd also lose that come in there to buy other things and just, oh, by the way, I think I came in here for cigarettes, but I think I'll buy a sandwich.
Yeah, but do you know when you cut the leg, right, and you tell let's go, we got to race, right? And then in the race you got to win. That's the place we are in, right? So we can, as you said, yes, we can keep quitting, but at the same time we got to go through it because we are in the business that is not controlled by us. It's controlled by folks of tobacco and people and the laws and everything it is. We got to be compliant with everything there is. So we are asking a state and everybody, a lawmaker, to make sure that it makes it easier for us to be in the place where it needs to be in. Is that easy to not sell it? Yes, it's not that easy, but do I want it to do that as an option to it? Yes, it's making an option to it, you know. Imagine now if just me not doing it, yes, it will hurt me. If 1,500 licensees stop doing it, it will hurt the state. It's the other way around.
Well, we weren't getting any money in the first place because evidently everybody was buying it from illegal wholesalers.
But continue that on all the tobacco products. So it wasn't the state not getting any money. I'm not sure. I'm not here to.
Your complaint is you have to do this for cigarettes and everything, not just.
There are 500 different SKU.
Got it. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. Chief.
Mr. Chairman, can we have DRA? talk
DRA, okay.
literally bring
Oh, you're gonna, right. DRA, sure. The ones we took this tax collection away from.
So that's why I wanted to speak briefly. I didn't think that I would today, so I apologize for not turning my pink card in earlier. My name is Jennifer Ramsey. I'm the Tax Policy Counsel for the Department of Revenue Administration, and I'm hoping that I can clear up what feels to me like a lot of confusion right now regarding the tobacco tax. So DRA has always administered the tobacco tax and continues to administer the tobacco tax. SB 80 created jurisdiction with the Liquor Commission to not only license retailers, but also to license wholesalers and manufacturers. Prior to SB 80, last year, our process looked like this. The wholesalers were required to purchase stamps and affix them on packages of cigarettes. They were also required to collect and remit tax on other tobacco products of 65.03% of the wholesale price to the retailer. They also are required to pay a tax of 8% on open e-cigarette systems and 30 cents per milliliter for closed e-cigarette systems. All of the people in the chain are required under the tax statute to maintain the records of purchase and sale, but we do not require them to send them in with every tax return. So for their tax return, they report to us the tax that is owed, and all of that is the distributor or the wholesaler is submitting that tax return. The retailers do not pay tax, but tax is paid on products that are in retail stores, and we know that because we go into the retail stores, we look on the shelves, we see that there are stamps on cigarettes or not. We look at, for the non-stamped products, we look to make sure that they have invoices that they can show us that where they have to maintain the invoices that the wholesalers have provided them. So they show us that there is tax paid on those non-stamped products as well. If they can't do that, we have the ability to seize the product. The SB 80 last year created jurisdiction for the Liquor Commission to also look at the whole supply chain for the cigarettes because of a concern that unlicensed e-cigarette products were being sold in the retail stores, that people were not, we do not do 100% audit of every retail store every month. So to the extent that there were unscrupulous retailers who might want to buy their product not through the legal system, they've always been legally required to use licensed wholesalers, but some of them may not have been. So the Department of Revenue Administration does not have a law enforcement arm. We do not have the kind of enforcement capabilities that the Liquor Commission has. So SB 80 took some of that enforcement over to the Liquor Commission. But I just wanted to hopefully clarify that the administration of the tax has not changed. It still resides with DRA. The only thing that SB 80 did was take what we used to call a license and is now referred to as a tax certificate. So now everyone is required to not only get licensed from the Liquor Commission, but they still also have to have a tax certificate from the Department of Revenue Administration. So I'm happy to take any questions if you have them.
Great, that was very helpful. All right, Representative Sullivan.
Yeah, I have a couple questions. So, how often, when you guys are doing audits, how often are you, or do you have any examples where you've come across people selling unlicensed or unstamped cigarettes or e-cigarettes or anything like that?
Yeah, absolutely. So we make small seizures of unlicensed product when we find it on a relatively regular basis. We have a storage area in our facility dedicated to that product, and we've gotten licensed to do the hazardous materials destruction for those products. I believe it was 2 years ago, we had an enormous seizure of about $2 million of e-cigarette product and when we seize it, it is destroyed, and it is very expensive to destroy the product.
One follow-up.
Further question may inquire.
So, is that it though? The only repercussions for that retailer is that you just take stuff that they paid for? There's no fine or, I don't know, other penalty?
They also can be fined and penalized, and they also can have their license revoked.
Okay.
So let me get this straight. Do you have a question, Representative? Yeah, they'll come up. So let me get this straight. Because I know for myself, I've been doing rooms and meals since 2009. And no, I've never been audited, okay? A couple times I've been late. But that, and so what I understand is that obviously you don't have the resources to really go out and do spot audit and do, to go out and check. Our system has been really on a faith that people will comply. And theoretically, we really never really had too much of a problem with cigarettes because there were only 7 wholesalers. There was a limited amount of wholesalers, okay? But then once we resolved this issue with Senate Bill 80, thinking that, well, boy, we're going to get this, we're going to solve this problem for vaping devices, we all of a sudden now are dealing with a huge expanse of wholesalers. And so the question is, are you tracking all those wholesalers and what they're reporting and what they're, bringing those reports in? And do you dare say, I think if Keith would tell me you're not allowed to use AI, but that I notice when I think of my vacation rental, there's a trend. So that which months I'm not going to file, because I have to file. If I have I still got to be 0. But that you can see a trend. And so that if someone was filing and then all of a sudden their filings are dropping off, the computer should kick it out. But I assume you don't have AI and are able to do that. So how do we really know when it comes to this illegal wholesale stuff coming into the state? How did we ever really know, and hence why we had the problem, why we switched, we changed the legislation, that attract how much of that is really going on?
Yeah, so thank you for the question. Great question. I think the number 7 of wholesalers was intended to refer to the number of liquor wholesalers.
Yes, that's correct.
So
Yeah,
the number of wholesalers of all tobacco and
Yeah.
tobacco-related products is a little over 100 and always has been. That
Okay.
hasn't changed and wasn't, I don't believe,
Okay.
a reason
I stand
for
corrected.
No,
Yeah.
that's absolutely fine. The answer to your question is we do conduct audits. We just don't conduct audits of 100% of the wholesalers every month. What we do is audit selected wholesalers. They never know when they're going to be audited, but we do have always and do continue to audit the wholesalers. They do have to file tax returns with us every month, just like for your meals and rooms tax. Our revenue information management system contains all of the data. Our audit team will look for trends like you're talking about and will flag an account if it's not performing like we expect that it should. I think the big difference is we're focused on collecting tax revenue and bringing taxpayers into compliance with the tax laws. So if we find a retailer that is buying unlicensed product, or tax not paid product, then we're going to try to find that wholesaler and explain to them that they need to file their taxes, right? I think Liquor Commission has a little bit of a different approach to their enforcement activities. So I don't want to speak
Well, they're
for
using
them.
it just to match up the numbers to see, to track it.
Right.
And that's what the issue really comes into, is that they just want to have a redundancy of the numbers.
That's my understanding. And I think I would say that their role is more in enforcing making sure that people are in compliance with the licensing laws, as opposed to bringing people into compliance with the tax laws.
Okay. And my last question is, just because I'm a little fuzzy sometimes, are we actually putting a stamp on every vaping product?
No, we are not,
And why not?
because they come in thousands of different sizes and shapes, and it's not possible to run them through a machine and quickly stamp them.
Oh, that means they got to take them out of the box and put stamps on them.
Yes, so for
Oh,
cigarettes, they're
well.
all the same size. So what we do with the vaping products, they still pay tax, but what they pay tax based on the structure that I just described a second ago. It's either a percentage of the wholesale price or cents per milliliter, and that is documented not with a stamp on a package, but on an invoice that the wholesaler provides to the retailer that says, you've bought this many of this kind of product, it's by SKU, and that here's the tax that was remitted. So when we go into a retail location, we ask the retailer to show us the invoice from the wholesaler, If they don't have an invoice from a wholesaler that shows that tax was paid on those products, we'll seize that product.
So do you match it up to make sure that, which I assume is why the Liquor Commission is doing that, they're trying to match it up. So are you matching up that receipt that you're getting?
Not unless somebody is under audit. The law requires them to maintain the records that I think Liquor Commission is trying to obtain through the reporting requirement. We require the retailers and the wholesalers to retain all of those records on premises for 3 years. So if we go on site, we can then see the records, but we don't require them to send them to us every month.
But my rooms and meals, you make me report. Why wouldn't you be making these people report on a monthly basis?
They do report on a monthly basis. The wholesalers do. They file their tax returns on a
No, I'm
monthly
saying
basis.
the retailer.
The retailer doesn't pay the tax, so they don't report to us at all.
Okay. So again, now we're back to the wholesaler, and we can't, the wholesaler's not even in state.
The out-of-state wholesalers still have to have a New
Right.
Hampshire
But
license.
hence why we can't audit them, or you got,
We actually do audit.
So-
We do audit out-of-state as well.
how do
We
you
have a
feel
travel
about
budget for
how
that.
we give the authority to the Liquor Commission to be doing some of this checking up on?
That's the policy decision that was made last year with SB 80, and I think we've worked to help with that transition, and it seems to be working smoothly it's not impacting the tax collection from our perspective.
Right,
So
right.
again, I don't want to speak for liquor, so maybe that would be a good question for
But
them.
in terms of this sticker thing, saying that somehow we've decided that vaping is going to be exempt from having the stamps on it, which is useful for you to actually do your audits, right? I mean, but you're saying, okay, no, we're okay with just coming in and demanding to see this proof of documentation.
That works from a tax collection perspective, yes.
How often do you go into retailers and do this? And how many people do you have doing this?
Our folks go out, I think we have 3 or 4 people going out twice a month, and they probably hit 10 or 15 stores every time they go out. It is not 100% audit,
It's definitely a hit or miss.
yes.
Okay. Questions from the committee members? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, Chief.
Good morning again, Mr. Chairman, committee members. So, good and bad going first, right? You hear all the testimony, you can dispel some of the things that have been said. Your New Hampshire Liquor Commission hasn't changed the way we do business from the day that I walked in and took this over 9 years ago. The pauses that were talked about in front of you today were pauses that were done in concession with helping the industry, not because we didn't know what we were doing, not because there were issues with it. We messaged out like we always do, and we worked collectively with the industry to get to a resolve. And that resolve was what you're hearing today, and that is reconciliation of reports. You keep hearing about SB 80 of 2 sessions ago. Senator Lang brought that forward. And the reason why that was brought forward was, quite honestly, there were some nefarious things being done with the books on the retail side of it. This was spoken about very clearly that was something that Senator Lang wanted reeled in. We also know about incentive programs that are going on between retailers and their agreements with proprietary products, and how reporting might actually get in the way of them carrying more products than they're actually agreeing upon with those particular manufacturers out there. So there's incentive programs that these guys bring in on a basis, whether it's agreed upon monthly, quarterly, or annually, and disclosing that you have other products in your store that you're not supposed to have through that agreement, through that civil agreement, brings a negative cloud. Quite honestly, that has nothing to do with this division or this initiative, but that is something that puts these licensees in a corner between a rock and a hard place because they have to disclose who they're buying stuff from or who they're exchanging products with because you have purchased products in a certain corridor, and because of that agreement you've agreed not to buy the other products. So Representative, you have bought the other products, and in between you have a agreement amongst friends that you're going to exchange products behind the curtain.
Gray marketing?
And that is some of the stuff that is pushing back on this reporting. Nobody will talk about it, but that is what's going on out there. So as we have listened to the testimony of these initiatives not being messaged out, I will tell you that we have not changed business in the way we message, not only through industry circulars, but by phone, by meetings. And I will also tell you that the concession of going from monthly to quarterly was a concession made in the interest of the retailers. They asked for quarterly. It should not be a surprise to anybody that we went to quarterly, but I will tell you, in going around the state and out of state to some of our wholesale licensees, the wholesalers are not happy because at the end of the day, they believe that we've left the door open for nefarious activity. Their numbers are down. They're making claims that retail is actually purchasing from other sources other than them, which is the reason for this initiative. So as
What you're saying is that other source could actually be another licensee that did get it from a legitimate source and did pay the tax on it, but they're gray marketing between each other.
Absolutely. And we know that there are slang term smash vans out there that are buying product from non-tax states and or counterfeit product that are driving them into our states and selling them out the back door. I'm being facetious, but out of the back door of the van to the back door of the licensed establishment. This reconciliation fixes all that. Is it a burden? I think the largest burden that's accepted here is the burden upon your liquor commission. There was no procurement, there was no stipend, there were no personnel attached to this, but the amount of licensees that rose was pretty substantial, and the task that was given to your liquor commission was substantial. It was a heavy lift.
So you got some good revenue from all those licenses.
We get no revenue from it. The state gets the revenue. There is no money
No, I'm
that
saying the revenue from the licenses.
minimal.
How
The
much is the
license fees. Do you have the number on that? It's in the 10 to 20,000 range.
$250 license to sell tobacco?
For the wholesalers, I believe it's $250.
Yeah, but what about the retailers?
That's $318, I believe. It's tiered based on the number of registers.
Registers, right, like we do, okay.
So in a conversation with Senator Lang, first quarter of this initiative, before we were able to do anything other than messaging and the deterrent of fines, and I'm going to be very cautious quoting him on this because I don't know if that number is clear, but the numbers were up in tobacco 1.1 million. The initiative was working. And that was what the senator was hoping would be reconciled. And what we spoke about quite often in the work sessions was that there was money being left on the table because the self-voluntary reporting was being cut short. It was short-sheeted. Not by all of them. There are some great licensees out there that are doing it right, but there are others that have nefarious ideals. Also, the error margins in this had not been given a chance to be established. We needed the industry to start reporting so we could establish what error margin was going to be out there. Again, we're realists. We understand numbers and inventory. We do inventory ourselves. So we knew that somehow we had to come up with a number, a reasonable number, that we were going to allow a threshold not to hold the licensee accountable for. Again, it was all being done in the interest of the licensee. Contrary to the tone of what you've been told here today, that this initiative was pretty much forced down people's throats. There was no messaging involved. And at the end of the day, we did not speak to anybody about every move we made. We totally, we were totally clear and looking from input from the industry to establish a set of rules of what we were moving forward on. I'll leave that yeah.
Yes, Representative Walsh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a warning, it might be a multi-part question.
Okay.
So maybe this is a simplistic thinking, so pardon me if it is, but assuming that the majority of retailers are good faith people, obviously the attempt is to, and all of this is to get the unlawful products. Yeah. So would it help if, or maybe you already do this, the wholesalers, if you know from this wholesaler, these are the names of the products that they sell. And you have that list, and it's up to them to keep that up to date. And then have the retailers just simply give you a listing rather than a reporting of things, but a list of, okay, these are the wholesalers we're buying from. And during your enforcement, when you're going through for other things, if you see products that aren't on that don't match up with that retailer and the wholesalers that he or she has put, then you enact heavy fines, possible retraction of a license. Is that a possibility or no? Is it?
I think that's partly what we're doing. It's just not essentially brand or product based. The brands and products come out often. So I think to try to keep a master directory up to date would be difficult. But if I can explain, I think there's some confusion on the process itself that might help clear this up. When we took this over, we saw that we had retailers were buying from unlicensed wholesalers. The licensed wholesalers aren't the issues here. The licensed wholesalers are who are paying the tax. So the only way there's a market for unlicensed wholesalers if there continues to be a market for the retailers to buy from the unlicensed wholesalers. So by forcing the retailers to report what they are purchasing from licensed wholesalers, it requires retailers to buy from licensed wholesalers. So the increase we saw in just the messaging of, as a retailer, you will have to report who you're buying from, is it forced any retailer who was buying no products from an unlicensed wholesaler to at least start buying some products from a licensed wholesaler. And we did see that increase. And we got the messaging back from the wholesalers that their revenue and their purchases has increased because now the retailers are required to do that. The other part of this reporting system is as you heard from revenue, there's never been done 100% audit completed. There's about 1,700 tobacco retailers in the state. And as the chief said, we receive no resources to do this. So part of this reporting is a part of our enforcement mechanism. One thing that we have explained, it's to see smoke, to see if there's fire. This is to get the group of licensees that is not complying, it's raising the red flag so that we can create that controlled audit group to then go out and do the audits. Because to try to do a physical audit of 1,700 licensees every year is just not in the cards right now. So this is a tool that we are using to try to flush out that group. And it's also forcing the retailer to buy from a licensed wholesaler. And we've seen that. We've seen that work. We've seen that work with the numbers. The reports are coming back from the wholesalers explaining that there is an increase in that revenue. So the system is working how we wanted it to work.
Representative Sullivan.
I'm sympathetic to the argument that it's taking a lot of time, particularly for people who just don't have the resources to do it. I think one of the things that frustrates businesses in general is just when we're required to, or anything existing in society, doesn't matter whether it's a business or not, is when you're required to deal with reporting, filings, whatever it might be, and then it's mandated on either a person or a business to do something, and then that process is either complicated or convoluted, requires you expending resources just to get the software, whatever it might be. And so I'm sympathetic to the complaints from the retailer. So what can we do if this is the system we were to stick with? What can we do to make sure that the burden is minimum? Or like, I mean, to me, it just seems, if it is truly 20 hours of extra week of work a month, I mean, that's a part-time employee all month long just to do this. And so to me, at the lower end of their estimates, and I know they might be exaggerating just because they're trying to make a point, but I'm sure that there is a burden there, and I'm concerned about that. I'm trying to figure out, how do we get to the goals that you're trying to do and streamline this process?
So I guess, thank you for your question, Representative. My first question would be, are we talking 20 hours for a single establishment? And is that just what the initial audit takes, the initial inventory? Because after that, all you're doing is subtracting what the wholesale is sending to you. Your initial audit or your initial inventory is your heaviest lift. That was the reason why the pause occurred, that we pushed it past the first of the year, because again, we were sympathetic to the licensee and willing to work with them and with the Grocers Association and others to say, okay, that is the time of year that a normal inventory might be had. So let's wait for them to do their inventory, and then all they have to do is monthly subtract what is being sent to them or what they're selling from that initial number, and they can report to us on that number. The pushback was there. The pushback was when we were asked to go quarterly and we went quarterly. The pushback was, we don't want to report at all. So I'm just as confused as all of you are on, I'm making concessions as an agency head, and I don't know why we're being asked that question here today after we conceded to what they asked for.
Right, but so you're running on the premise that the initial inventory of the problem, but that why would it take 20 hours to just take all those pieces of paper of your receipts and the printout from your computer that says your sales, and that's all you're asking for going forward?
And to fit it in
Not
the
6
categories
pages or
that
6
we
tabs.
have, the categories that will make it easier for us in the spreadsheet that was spoken about. The spreadsheet makes it easier for us because not only is it being built into a new software platform that we have in the works now,
Right.
but our existing, it'll allow us through computerized to reconcile those numbers in the columns that they are. So we're asking you to put your numbers in the columns that we have established on a spreadsheet.
Okay, so I have one more question, and maybe you're not the right person to ask, but I remember the days when every cigarette pack had the stamp on the top of it.
Yes.
We're not doing that anymore, right? Is it on the carton, or is it really,
No, it's on the pack.
it's on the pack?
Yes.
So why haven't we done that with vaping devices?
I think what was said before, the vaping device, so the cigarette packs are all the same size. So the machine can easily run, you can run it through, the machine stamps it itself. So the machines are stamping
And
thousands.
then it gets put in the cardboard box.
Correct.
And then gets put into the big
Correct.
box and
The
shipped.
vape devices come in every shape, size.
No, they come in a box.
No, not all of them.
They're all different shapes.
They're all different shapes, they're all different
Could be like
sizes.
this,
They're
it
not-
could be like
When I
this.
walk in the store, it's got this huge wall, and all I see is,
There are vape boxes. there are vape products that come in a box, but they, as the representative says, they come in a pen, they come
Literally
in a
could look like
box.
this, or it could look like this.
Could look like a
And
circle,
so
it
they're
could
all
look like
boxes
a.
can be different.
And they're
so you
not,
can't
and
just
they're
run
not
through-
boxed when you buy
No,
them?
not always.
Probably blown
So-
plastic.
So there's no, the burden isn't a standardized machine that is able to stamp all
No,
of
it's,
those.
that's called a human being. Put the stamp on it.
You gonna pay for that person? with our
No,
taxes?
we're talking about letting them bring this product into the state of New Hampshire. Right? Because if we say every product has to be stamped, then they can't bring that product, and then we're barring a certain product from coming into the state. So.
Anyways, I have a question.
Yes.
So back to the burden on the retailers, which I'm kind of zeroed in on. One of the things that the lobbyist said was that people might have to actually buy a software. Maybe it's Microsoft Excel because it only works in that. Like, is there a way to create and I know this would require resources perhaps from your department, but not perhaps it would, but is there a way to create a really user-friendly system? And honestly, I'm very sympathetic to this because, as you're all aware, I'm running for the Senate and I have to file the FEC filings. And it's an absolute nightmare. And I have to pay $1,000 for another company to do it for me every month. And so, or quarter. And that to me, it's insane that you have this requirement put onto people and then we're not providing an easy way to do it. And I just think that would be great practice. And so I know you guys are working on a system, but what I heard from the lobbyists is that it's either not intuitive or not easy or requires some expending of resources by them just to compile this new report that didn't previously exist. So I'm sympathetic to that. What can we do to create a reporting system that doesn't require out-of-pocket expenses on the retailer and have it be user-friendly so it doesn't take 20 to 40 hours a week of filing? Maybe they have to do record keep behind the scenes, but do you get my question?
I think in the realist world, I don't think there is a reporting system out there other than spoken word, sitting down with somebody that isn't going to cost something. And whether that cost moves to the consumer or it's something that comes off the top, there's a cost. We know that because we're in the retail business also. Right now, we're using liquor funds to pay for a tobacco initiative because there's no money that came into our division to run this. So our investigators going out the door, it's costing money. What that money is, I'm not prepared to talk about that right now. I don't have that dollar amount with me, but it is a dollar amount. At the end of the day, it's what matters the most to you. And I think that we have come up with a nice balance of everything to keep the licensee in mind and what their goals and incentives are. To run this initiative that was given to us a year and a half ago, and to make sure that the money that should be afforded to the state, and whether it's fees or taxes, is done so respectfully. So to do that, it takes a partnership. It takes a bunch of us to get together and say, we're going to do this together. Are there things that I could sit here and say, it's obvious through my testimony, there are things that haven't worked the best when it comes to how we're funding this. But we may do. And we're doing it. We're being sound. We're being creative, and we're asking our licensees, who up until this point have been a great partner with us. We're asking our licensees to meet us partially to figure out this together. The answer that we're giving you is we have a solution to it. That is what we have pushed forward. Could that change in time as compliance moves toward 100%? Yes, that could. But right now, the numbers have proven that there's nefarious things going on here, that the state isn't being paid its fair share. And the system is actually working. So now, as compliance comes closer to 100%, those restraints or constraints on the licensee can be pulled back some because everybody is realizing that business is to be done a certain way. Voluntary compliance and voluntary reporting is what got us through Senator Lang's testimony, is what got us here today. We're trying to get us out of it. And there's a little heartache with that. Hopefully it's not heavy heartache, but we are changing business.
Representative Walsh.
Thank you. Just trying to understand the process again. So when you say reporting, whether it's for wine or beer or tobacco, I assume the retailers, do retailers have to report anything for wine or beer or no? No, okay. So,
Only if they're selling it in terms of rooms and meals.
okay, so I guess my general question is, do you have software that exists now that whomever it is, wholesalers, I guess, go into and fill in, answer questions and fill in? So I think.
Yeah, hence
what you're
hence
getting
why
at.
this, if you read the language, it says whole tobacco products, manufacturers, and wholesalers.
Right,
So we're making everybody fill out reports.
right. that
What
are-
we're
that
hearing
would
is the
be
pushback
online.
from the retailers
Yeah.
because they
never
say,
had to
wait
do
a
it
minute, we
before."
didn't have any skin in the tax or the revenue, or why are you chasing us? Well, we have to remind them, we're chasing you because some of you had chosen to be
Right.
buying from
Yeah.
inappropriate sources.
Right, the dark web or whatever. So, but about the Microsoft Excel issue, I think
That's
we're on the
just-
same thing.
Yeah.
So it's just really software, again, a software program. So again, I would think maybe we could look at other states and how they do it for
Absolutely, looking
reporting.
at other states to see how they're doing it is a good idea.
If
But I think other states have no problems with sales tax, like we do. Representative Herbert. Light.
1,700 tobacco retailers or something along those lines. And you have 4 wholesalers.
we have 100 wholesalers.
100 wholesalers. So would it be fair to get the information at that level, the 100 level?
We do.
No, they do. They're doing both. They want to be able to match up the numbers. In other words, if we're going to find somebody who's getting the product illegally, the only way we can do that is we have to match up the wholesalers' numbers to the retailers' numbers, and they better be equal.
So the retailers, you have been asking or demanding that they do.
They don't want to
some-
fill out the report.
They don't want to do it, but it's very critical. You're not going to know who the nefarious ones are.
Correct.
So it could be a temporary,
He could, he just said
Demand.
that. He just said
If-
that.
if you look
If
at
it
the-
turns out that everybody's buying legitimately and this problem, we're safely feeling confident that this problem has gone away, then they could get rid of the, some or all, well, I think we'll always have the wholesalers report because we want to match that up with the revenue.
And
well, I'm just, my conclusion is you're right. You're not doing anything wrong. It sounds to me as though you're doing the logical thing.
Thank you.
Would you believe?
Would you believe? And there's some pain out there, but at the end of the day, 6 months down the road, that pain will
Could go
subside.
away. I would give it a
if
couple
I
of
could
years.
just clarify the language in the bill as well, we do have statutory authority to create enforcement policy already that already exists in statute. The reporting was an enforcement policy that was created in administrative rule. That's where we create the enforcement policies. This language in this bill was just to clean that up for everybody.
Shore it up a little bit.
And shore it up a little bit, cross the Ts, dot the Is. The statute itself just says that they'll be required to report and that by rule will set what that reporting requirements are. So those reports, as we just said, have the ability to move as compliance is gained because we
Right.
just have to change them in administrative rule rather than in statute.
Fair enough. Okay. Thank you very much. We will we'll close. Well, before I close the hearing, So these are many amendments. We're not going to take it up today, because obviously there's new material here. We got two new subject matters that are new for us for the committee. So we will meet again next week to just in subcommittees and decide where we want to go in terms of the right answer. Whether we want like I'm saying, I think it's the wholesalers, and I think we should have stamps on everything, and I don't care if it's an oddball shaped item, where we could just say we'll go forward the way we are, and if a retailer decides that filling out these reports is too much of a problem, they'll stop selling the product. That might not be such a bad thing, right? If they choose it, except that, but they'll blame us for doing that, I guess. But even if we were to just not pass this paragraph, okay, the department is going to take the position, and with the rule that they already got, because they have general rule-making authority, that the intent of Senate Bill 80 was that, yes, they had this responsibility to collect this information. And so it might not make a difference whether this paragraph's in here or not. Having said that, now I will close the public hearing.
Oh, is it still Tuesday?
444, prohibiting the use of animal testing with other comparable methods are available. Okay, so for discussion purposes, I'm not wedded to anything. That I took a bill and I said, before we ban anything, shouldn't we know exactly what we're dealing with? And I talked to Senator Innes, who was the prime sponsor of the bill. And he certainly said that that was logical. So what this amendment does is just picks up where paragraph, it has the definitions. So I left all the definitions in there, whether they still matter or not, I'm not sure. But instead of V1, which has told everything, that it made it look like we were banning. Now we have V2, which is just that anybody who's actually doing the testing has to report to the Human Rights Commission, which you see on page 2, the Governor's Commission on Human Treatment of Animals, and the expectation is that once we start seeing what's going on in New Hampshire, if there really is an issue that people feel that we need to pass more legislation, we can certainly do it. But at least this way we have a in-state clearinghouse. Of course, the people who, and I did remove the exemption for higher education and remove that exemption because you know me when it comes to exemptions.
Like license.
I just do. It goes back to that lobbyist bill, no special exceptions just because you have a lobbyist.
It's 1581.
This is Amendment 1581.
Okay, yeah, thank you.
Okay.
Wanna make sure I'm-
So this is what I proposed and you're okay with it? Yeah. Okay. All right. So is anybody here would like to comment on the amendment? Come on up. There's no pink cards. This is subcommittee. Okay, so you're not testifying. This is a conversation we're having.
My name is Andrea Hechavarria. I'm President and CEO of New Hampshire Life Sciences, which is an organization many of you probably aren't yet familiar with. We're a newly formed trade association forming in 2023 to support the amazing biotech, medtech, pharmaceutical manufacturing that happens in this state. The state of New Hampshire made life sciences a priority growth sector and issued a report in 2023 that this is an industry that's one to watch. Because of the proximity to Cambridge and the global leading life sciences sector that is Boston and Cambridge area, that corridor has been expanding and making southern New Hampshire basically conquered on down the seacoast and now the Upper Valley ripe for that growth. We've been monitoring this legislation for some time, so this is the first time you're hearing from us, but we strongly oppose the legislation in its current form, but also have significant concerns about the suggested amendment. And I think there might be some confusion or misunderstanding about what's actually required in federal law. So under the Animal Welfare Act, which is the statute that we're really discussing here, that requires reporting annually to the federal government for two circumstances. One, if you receive federal funding, so if you're getting dollars from NIH. The second is that if you are doing animal testing on animals that are not mice and rats. So what this reporting requirement does is, and I believe it might be unintentional, is you're actually bringing in any private biotech or life science company in New Hampshire and requiring them to report annually and publicly when they've never had to do so before. So if you look at, and I have it in my packet here, the USDA, their latest reports from these under the Animal Welfare Act is from 2024. There are 3 entities in New Hampshire that have been reported into that platform: UNH, Dartmouth, and Great Bay Community College. Those are the only ones that have had to report because they've received federal funding. So I think your amendment here would actually create a significant regulatory burden for these companies, number one, because most biotechs actually do private sector research, private funding. It used to be the case that federal funding provided a lot of that R&D, but that's not the case anymore. And so you're now looping in private sector biotechs, early stage life science companies to report annually and publicly when they've never had to before. I would also say there's significant safety and security concerns about that. Not only are you talking about the safety and security of the facility itself, the personnel who work there, if that's publicly reported, but also think about the IP concerns if someone gets into that building. If you've been following life sciences in New Hampshire, we're really competing nationally to attract additional talent. And many of that has, and companies, and that has been front page news. And there are significant concerns that this legislation in its current form and even the amended form would really detract and disincentivize leading edge biotechs and early stage life science companies from coming to New Hampshire. So let me pause there and answer any questions you might have.
So you're saying these life science companies are really doing mice?
95% to 99%, depending on the report you look at, test on rats and mice.
Yes, so they are really doing it.
So if you're looking
I
at,
knew this was all about rats and mice. Okay.
and if I may, if you look at certain states that have looked at animal testing, there are broad exemptions, and I hear you, you're not an exemption guy, and I respect that. But just in the current state of affairs, there are broad exemptions for biomedical research because of this reality. So other states have looked at larger animals, non-human primates, but the reality is 95 to 99% of biomedical research is done on rats and mice.
That's good to hear. That's what I expect to hear. And that's all the more reason why I wanted to pass this amendment, because I just want you guys to come and say, yeah, we're doing rats and mice. And does anybody have a problem with that? Not me. Is that a Walsh?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So are you saying that 95%, so there's another 5% there? What other animals or primates are these three
Better not
entities?
be
Oh,
primates.
I don't know the details on that. I'm just giving you general statistics that 95 to 90% of the animal research done in the industry alone is with rats and mice.
So there are other animals that are being tested on.
Potentially, yes, but I think if you're looking at examples, if you look at the state of California, I think Maryland has looked at something, they will carve out exemptions for rats and mice. So if you're looking to go at a larger animal, I think I'm suggesting there might be a pathway to do that, but I think you need to, and keep it in line with the Animal Welfare Act on that language, because what the amended language is doing grossly, and I mean this politely, grossly expands the scope of the Animal Welfare Act, and that legislation in its current form and the amended form would make New Hampshire a state of one, because I don't believe there's any other state in the country that is expanding that scope of the Animal Welfare Act in that way.
I don't really care about the Animal Welfare Act. You know, the federal law is the federal law. That's their deal. I'm just dealing with the fact that we had a bill in front of the committee that had very draconian, saying, what you can't do, and then had out of this blue, oh, but if you're a university, you're okay, exemption, which I can't stomach myself personally. I don't know how other committee members feel, but as far as I'm concerned, that if you're going to ban something or you're going to do something, you're not going to say, okay, but, because you have a lobbyist or because you're our state university, you're going to let you off, or a private university that's older than our Constitution. We're just, all we want to know is if this is actually going on in the state. All we want to know is actually if anybody's actually doing it. If there's
Right,
a biotech company is doing it, if they're coming to New Hampshire and they're doing it, they shouldn't be worried about reporting it but they're fine, upstanding citizens. They're doing something for everybody to improve our lives, and they shouldn't be embarrassed by saying, yeah, we're testing this on mice.
And I guess question I would pose back to you is,
what's the real objective of that? Because I think there's significant concerns, again, on the safety and security of that facility if that's publicly available knowledge. And also the IP concerns, sir. I mean, really, you need to look at that. If someone were to get in and also the competitiveness, if you're going to have to publicly disclose the type of testing you're doing, that now puts you at a competitive disadvantage because that information is in the public domain in a way that it's not been before, now making New Hampshire a far less competitive state for cutting edge biotechs.
So this is two questions. One is, am I worried about the safety and security of the facility, which would mean that there are animal huggers out there who are going to attack the facility or attack the employees, or I mean, was it PETA? Is that PETA? Yeah, the PETA demonstrators. So you're saying A, shouldn't want to pass this because this gives PETA demonstrators a place to go and demonstrate, A. And B, then you're saying is, oh, and by the way, now you're putting New Hampshire as a disadvantage for a biotech corporation to want to come here because they have to tell the state of New Hampshire what they're doing when they come here. And I have to say is, I appreciate your concerns, but I'm not on board with them.
I really have
but
to
I'll let-
respectfully object to that because I think this is significant. And I would respectfully ask that you look at the life sciences sector in the region and that this would now be putting New Hampshire on an island of reporting requirements. I think what we broadcast to our businesses across the country is that New Hampshire is a destination for business-friendly policies, that we do things far better than other states. And now you're creating a significant regulatory burden, legal concern, an unfunded mandate on these companies that does not exist federally. Because think about it, when you have to report this, you're going to have to add in legal concerns. That's a cost. Someone's going to have to run these reports. That's a cost. And also, the Animal Welfare Act was designed to do this, to do it. And so it covers what that's needed. So now you're saying 95 to 99% of all the research that's done by any life sciences company that happens to be doing animal testing is going to have to report annually in the state of New Hampshire, and we would be the only state in the country to ask these early stage biotechs to do that. And you don't think that that would create a competitive disadvantage for attracting these companies to the state of New
Well, the
Hampshire?
problem is, I'm taking a bill that was submitted by the Humane Society, and they're telling us there's a bunch of states that passed this legislation. And all I did was cut out a whole paragraph that related to banning the activity. But the language in here about reporting, I would assume all those other states have passed the same thing.
And I would say that that information that was given to you is not fully correct, because all those states that have passed that have put broad exemptions in for biomedical research and exempt rats and mice.
There you go. Okay. Representative Sullivan.
So I actually think what she's saying is consistent with my understanding from research, and I just fact checked it again.
Okay.
Here. I think everybody has to respond or be compliant with the Animal Welfare Act at the federal level. But I can't find any evidence of any state requiring disclosures for private companies.
Forget about disclosure. The other paragraph that I'm deleting, the paragraph that I was deleting is what other states have passed, which was
Oh,
the
I thought you were
ban,
talking- I thought you were
the
talking about
ban
disclosure.
on this activity. It was a ban. Remember when we talked about this bill in the hearing?
Mhm, yeah.
And that first paragraph was actual banning.
Right, it was banning it if there was an alternative already available, right?
Exactly. But again, they had to have federal approval to do that alternative methodology.
And alternative test methods, though, are several years out. Several years out. And you can
So-
you can go check with
Well,
the FDA on that. So
So other states have passed this legislation then with that?
with
paragraph?
biomedical exemptions, you're looping in an industry that is not at that place at this time. And so you have to be thoughtful about this approach. If you look at California, if you look at Maryland, and I believe that's probably the legislation that was sent to you, are broad exemptions for mice and rats, and they're looking at different types of larger animal species.
Okay, so just so you know, my personal opinion is, I was always against this bill. I'm just trying to find a compromise.
I understand.
Okay, so I guess I want to hear from other members. Which committee? This is Business Committee, so who's on the, Representative McAleer, do you have an opinion?
I'm going to leave this here too, in case it's of interest, but I did report out the 2024 guidance from USDA on what is reportable and not reportable. In several instances throughout this tells laboratory folks that are using rats and mice to not report that. I will share that over here.
Reported, okay. Okay. Anybody else would like to weigh in on this one?
Yeah, I had a question.
Okay, well,
She's,
are you willing to take questions?
Oh, I thought my time was done.
No, we're,
we just
you
started.
just had me. You just had me. So I was looking for my other committee
So
members.
sorry.
Okay, all right. So Representative McAleer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So what percentage of testing that these life sciences, biomedical labs use animals as compared to an alternative? What percentage, I mean, do they, it seems like you're saying that you almost have to use animals.
That's correct. The vast majority of the drugs on the market today, vaccines, therapies, are done using animal testing. And there are no, while the FDA, I think, is looking at alternative testing methods, those are not commercially available at this time.
Thank you.
Representative Spear, who is also on this subcommittee.
I have, I don't know, maybe 6 mice traps in my garage. I have 2 of them in my car. I kill rats whenever I see them. I don't know why we're going nuts over mice and rats. Take it out.
They're still animals. Still living
It doesn't
beings.
matter if they're animals. You regularly kill them in your house. You do not allow your house to sit there with mice in it.
I don't
get
kill
rid of 'em.
mice. I trap them, let them go. I don't kill them.
If I may, much of the language in the bills that the chairman mentioned reference that it be done in coordinates or collaboration with the Animal Welfare Act that sets that standard.
So we could exempt out mice and rats. How about chipmunks?
I like chipmunks.
Squirrels? You're right. No, you mean yes.
You can only exempt squirrels if you eat them, like my neighbor does.
You must be nuts.
Okay, so mice and rats.
So
How about guinea pigs?
I have
What
a
happened to guinea
question.
pigs?
So I have a question though. So if we go back to the original bill, not the amendment that we're talking about, it sounds like you're hung up on disclosure because it might, that's like a big part of the amendment, right? You don't like that, right?
No, it's the whole bill and how the definition of biomedical research is defined. So it's both, because the way you define biomedical research would actually prohibit any biomedical research from happening in the state
So how is in the original bill?
in the original text. So if you look at, you define
Under
biomedical.
definition. There's
Yeah,
gotta be a
and I
definition,
think I
right?
printed out text. If you look at the biomedical research definition,
So investigation of biological processes and causes of disease of research conducted to increase fundamental scientific knowledge or expand the understanding of how the process of a living organism develop and function.
yes, so that's basic science, right? But if you take it one step further, and then it says, biomedical research shall not include testing done to assess the safety or efficacy of chemicals, ingredients, drugs, vaccines, products, formulation, or products. We have looked at this definition several times, have looked for outside opinion in council, and we all believe that that would prohibit any biomedical research happening in the state. Because the way you define biomedical research at the top is basic science. And then the way that second line that said shall not include, that means you couldn't test to do any product development, not a vaccine, not even a baseline placebo.
So
So-
what line are you at here?
She's on page 2, line 15 through lines 19.
Oh,
So if you're saying that, but the way the original bill was written, it was going to be only if there is an alternative that exists. So if there is no alternative, and you're saying there's several years out, what is the pushback?
You're still prohibiting, this language is still very bothersome because you're still prohibiting biomedical research. I think I
But
would.
I think it says only, I mean, I read it, alternative method, test method, if it exists, but if it doesn't exist, which you're saying it does not, because you just said it.
Right, so then would you ask me to come back here 3 years from now to change, or 4 years from now to change the law? I think what we're trying to do.
So here's my question. If the goal of this bill is to prevent animal testing when there's an alternative,
Mm-hmm.
and right now there is no alternative, are you saying that if there were an alternative, your industry would be opposed to using that alternative?
Oh, I don't know that right now. I think that's a question I can't answer because the standard of the industry is, 95% on animal testing. So I can say and speak to, and I'm not an expert on this, is based on just recent reports and things that I've read, there obviously is an interest to look at alternative testing methods, and I believe the administration is doing that.
So the way the bill's written now, it sounds like at this moment in time, based on what you've shared with us today, that it wouldn't actually impact anything because nothing would change because the alternatives don't exist. So
I
what
think-
we're talking about is several years from now, there'll be alternatives and maybe those alternatives are inferior?
I
Or
don't.
maybe they're not, but
I don't believe that. I don't believe what you're saying is accurate. I think this bill would still cause significant problems for the industry and the future growth of the industry. And I think when we've been monitoring this legislation, we were monitoring it last year, we're, been monitoring it this year. I believe the intent of this legislation was cosmetic products and household products. So if that is the intent of the legislation, then why are we looping in biomedical research at all?
Okay, so just so you know, the amendment does not have biomedical in it.
Right, but so that by not mentioning it or exempting it, you're looping it into an industry that has to report.
Well, I guess I have to read the bill. It doesn't.
I
okay,
think she's
so-
making the argument that if you don't specifically call out the exemption, then it's going to be included.
But let's look at what we're asking to report. We're asking each testing facility shall report annually animal testing methods, a process of using animals to obtain information. So we're not getting into biomedical. We're just saying anybody who's using an animal to do testing.
Which would loop in
That would include
biomedical, yeah.
But so
Seemingly because you are doing that, right?
I'm still kind of hung up on why. I guess I'm not reading it the same way as you and your organization read it. That if there's an alternative, if the goal is alternative test method exists, then they are required to use that. Versus if there is no alternative. So, what is the resistance? I'm still not understanding that.
Well, I would just I think you're legislating a solution in search of a problem with this because we know that the alternative test methods aren't readily available right now, but you're trying to legislate and work through that and then require, well, okay, it might not impact the industry now, but 3 to 5 years from now, if an alternative testing method becomes available, then we're going to have to come back here and try to work through this, which I think would be a really unfortunate situation. I would also say that if there are alternative testing methods or requirements, that to be able to have to disclose that and work through that, again, I think is asking early stage biotechs, remember these early stage biotechs and these organizations, they're 1 to 10 people. They're not these massive corporations going through this. They're small companies.
So the disclosure would be onerous. Is what you're saying.
Disclosure would be onerous, but
So if we were to just delete, all we're asking for is what testing is going on. So if we were to delete on page 2 of the amendment, the type and number of alternative test methods or strategies used. So we're not asking for alternatives. We just want to know who's testing. So
Right,
that
right,
if
and
we just took out the alternative,
Take out the mice and the rats. It just doesn't make any
okay.
Yeah.
I agree with you. We'll take out mice. and
I would actually respectfully request that you write the language so that it is in line with the Animal Welfare Act. That's the language that's needed because anything outside that significantly expands the scope of the reporting.
Okay. But the whole reason this bill is here is because evidently the Humane Society feels that the federal act is fallen down and does not do enough to really disclose what's going on out there. Okay, thank you very much. Anybody have any other questions for? Thank you much. So I hate to do this, but would you please fill out a pink card and so we know who you are and we can contact you
Of course.
for further, or that would be great. Anybody else want to speak on this amendment? Yes or no, maybe?
I would say from researching it, I'm looking at Massachusetts and California are the leading biotech hubs. And it looks to me, researching on the fly, so I haven't done a huge deep dive, but it looks like in some ways this would be considerably stricter, your amendment and the initial bill, than Massachusetts or California. But in other ways, it would not cover other stuff too. So it doesn't seem like there's a great analogy from something that's happened in another country based on this legislation that we can pull from in terms of like an example and impacts. Obviously, Massachusetts and California are the leaders in the country for this, and whatever they've done hasn't destroyed those industries because they're thriving. But I think there is some thought that needs to go into this as well.
Okay. Yes, yeah, Representative Selvey, you're on this subcommittee?
Business, right?
You are?
Yeah.
You're on
Thank
it.
you. So my question is, I do not understand that who will decide other comparable methods are available or not?
The person who's filing.
The person who is filing will decide that.
Well, the person who filing would have to state whether, but theoretically, we could take out that language in terms of reporting. We can take out the type and number of alternate testing methods or strategies used. We can take that all out and just simply say, if you're taking
you're
out
testing-
mice and rats, so if you're using guinea pigs, okay, you're using guinea pigs, you just need to tell us, all we wanted was disclosure that you're using guinea pigs,
Could it,
right?
well, so the original intent of the bill was you use alternatives when they are available so you don't torture animals unnecessarily. Whether they are rats, mice, whatever type of animal, this has become now a vehicle to find out, Mr. Chairman, what you have been saying all along is that we don't know what's going on in the state. We need to find out before we move forward in making any type of commitment to stopping any practices. That's what this bill does. The conversation we had with Senator Innes was extremely productive, did not discuss exempting any species because we're against exemptions, right? That's a huge exemption to say.
Well, exemptions to reporting, which was.
The idea is if we want to be,
Exempting mice and rats, no, I'm okay with that.
well, in terms of knowing what's going on in the state. If you want to exempt them, the other thing is the intent is not to stop animal testing if it is necessary to protect humans. That's not the intent. The intent is to not unnecessarily be inhumane to animals.
But you used
And this
another
bill
expression.
now with your amendment, your thoughtful amendment,
Right.
does what this committee has been saying for many months, if not years, that to move forward on any kind of animal testing prohibition. We need to collect the information to allow us to know what is happening. This bill, as soon as you start cutting out, because people who frankly show up after the hearing and come and have it's exemplary how you listen and listen to testimony today after the hearing.
He's being nice to me. Okay, but I would have to say, you said something there that really kind of bothers me. And that is, you're saying intent that they were inhumane to the animals. Something to that effect, that you're hurting them or harming them.
The testing products on animals, yes.
That could be
That's why we're here.
see, that's the thing, is that if our thing here is
I think the word was torture.
that we don't want any, we're okay with testing as long as that testing is benign. What we don't want is the testing causes pain to the animal. Isn't that really what you
As
are
little
getting?
as possible. That what the intent of the bill is you do not use animals to test products if you have an alternative method. The bill now allows us to ascertain what testing is happening in the state of New Hampshire.
Right. But then you added that, the testing about, I wanted to keep it as simple as what testing is going on and not being judgmental
We're not.
about the testing.
That was me. I'm
Okay.
judgmental about the testing.
You got to be careful what you say.
Well, I'm sorry, but that's my
But
point of view. You have your point of
You're
view.
implying that
bill doesn't
testing,
address
you're
it.
implying testing can be bad. And
I'm not,
therefore,
if I did that, I'm sorry.
yeah, I'm just calling you caution to
I
what you just
appreciate
offered.
that.
That if we just focus in on all we wanted to know was that what testing was going on, but now we have this new twist that, but we're okay with testing with mice and rats.
That's not a good logic. I'm sorry, Carrie, because somebody that's like saying if a human breaks into your home, you can shoot them to self-defense, but you're not going to capture a human to experiment on
Look,
them. I think that there's a different.
This is what I believe. I believe mice and rats are freebies because we kill them all the time. They spread disease. We don't want them in our homes.
You
But
should
I think-
capture them and take them to
okay,
these
well,
places. that
that's
are
your perspective.
testing.
Fine.
Okay. Everybody's entitled to their opinion. Okay. So, Representative Salvi, how do you feel about this bill in general?
For me, in general, it is little bit complicated to implement this bill because when we are saying that other comparable methods are available, nobody is going to basically try to find out some other comparable method. They are going to basically do whatever they are used to it, and they will report it, and then whoever is the authority, they will decide whether that's the right way or not. Because as long as chairman says that we can implement a procedure to report it to the body that yes, we are doing this kind of animal testing, and then somebody can basically figure it out. Because all this basically development going in the life science is for the humans. And if we basically put a lot of restrictions on that, we are not going to make a lot of development, and maybe New Hampshire might be a little bit behind as compared to others. That is what I feel.
So, you're okay with the amendment?
Yeah, I'm okay with the amendment.
Okay. Representative Sullivan,
I'm not on this committee. I'm not on this
Okay.
committee, but
you're entitled to your opinion.
yeah. So I mean, I guess yeah. I mean, I think disclosure. It's hard. I don't really know enough about it to know for sure, but I guess my initial gut reaction is it's hard for me to imagine that large biotech companies or even small biotech companies are just going to pack up shop because they're required to disclose. Maybe I'm wrong on that assumption, but I would imagine that they set up shop here for some reason, and there are some favorable regulations, there's tax structures, there's lower cost to set up a business here, maybe compared to Cambridge. It's cheaper to go to Portsmouth, whatever it might be. It's hard for me to imagine that suddenly this is going to tip them to having to leave. I think disclosure, I think if there's a legitimate concern about the safety of people, then maybe we need to think about how we handle that data. And maybe, I don't know if this does that well or doesn't do that well. I'm just sort of thinking about some of the things that the lobbyist before spoke about, that she's worried about potentially the safety of people who work at facilities, which I think is a real thing we should consider, because we do know that people who are hardcore activists in all sorts of areas can become quite radicalized and emotional about stuff and act in dangerous ways. It's not the norm, but it does happen. And so that's something that's valid. But I think disclosure doesn't seem terrible. I'm not sure that it would lead to the destruction of our industry, but that's my initial reaction.
All right. Representative Spear, if we were to take mice and rats out? The bill or the amendment? Okay, okay.
But I do question one thing. It says specifically vertebrates. So we're leaving out fish, porpoises, and other things that get tested on.
Vertebrates are in.
Yes, vertebrate.
Yeah, so they're in. So that if they're testing,
Yeah, is a porpoise a vertebrate?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, fine. Then I'm an idiot. Yeah, with those exclusions, that's.
just the mice, yeah, just taking out mice and rats. Okay. Representative McAleer.
I'm all for this bill. I don't want to take out mice and rats. They're animals too. I think that's
You want
ridiculous.
to hug a mouse.
I want to help them out, yeah. No, I mean, it's just, I don't think we should, just because somebody doesn't like mice or rats, doesn't mean we should make them a separate category. I think we're talking about vertebrates, period. Maybe the bill needs a little more fine tuning. That I'm not sure about. I think there are some definite differences to the two sides, but the whole intent of this bill, absolutely 100% for it.
Okay.
I hope that's clear.
Yes. Okay, Representative Thaxton.
I support the amendment. I think this is. I support the amendment to the bill, and I think there's been a lot of circular discussion here this afternoon that I'm just waiting for the vote.
Okay. Representative Walsh, I assume you're in strong supporter of this amendment,
Well,
with or without Rice and Matt?
well, yeah, I
It's
agree.
nice.
I mean, there's still animals, but I guess I don't totally understand the issue, because right here it says an act on the humane treatment of animals, any traditional animal test methods or alternative test methods or strategies conducted.
Yeah, that's what
And
they're
then-
reporting.
Right. So,
So what? Says good or bad?
yeah, I think that's fine. I mean, I
So
don't
it's good.
see, there
You're-
are other industries.
Are you ready, willing to support
I
this
am. I
amendment?
support
So
it.
I do have just thinking here. I mean, if we have to the lobbyists about the,
Chairman, as much as I love
Ju-
Representative
but-
Sullivan's input, he's not on this subcommittee, and
Yeah,
we're trying to
okay.
get through a
Said I was-
subcommittee.
You've just been cut off.
oh, I thought I was entitled to my opinion
Just
still.
remember, I would never do that, as you know. Okay, Representative Patusek.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Inasmuch as I'm probably older than 95% of the people in this room, and back in the day when I was young, all the diseases that are no longer around were tested on mice and rats. And that's why we don't have polio. We don't have measles, mumps, rubella anymore. And I'm sure that it was a humane treatment of these laboratory animals that got us to where we are today. So I am, in fact, in favor of the bill with the amendment.
Representative Herbert, you're on this committee. You're with him.
What he said.
Okay, so what I'm hearing is everyone is in supportive except Representative Spear. Okay, we don't
I
have to
think-
take action on this today. We can kick this off to next week if people want to think about it some more or.
I think, I know I'm on the subcommittee, but I am on the committee, so, and I'm sorry if I'm offending you, Representative Thaxton, but I think we should take into consideration, the biotech lobbyist concerns about where this data goes, if it's gonna be just made broadly public, if it's put companies at risk. It's one thing, maybe we could soften this so that we can collect the data and look internally just to have it versus broadcasting it in a public report or something that, that's not clear to me from reading the amendment. So that's just an idea I have to
Okay,
kind of
well, actually,
address that.
you lead because I haven't told you what I think yet.
Okay, sure.
Okay.
Tell us what you think, Chairman.
But Rick, you would like to speak first? Go ahead.
So before we find out what John thinks, I would think procedurally, I would like to have a vote on this amendment, moving it forward to the full committee, because there is a 100% chance we are going to hear all this stuff again when it comes up to the committee for a vote.
Right, but we try to have all that
I get it,
thrashed out at this level.
and I'm good
So
with that too.
so that when we get to exec session, we don't spend a lot of time saying. Okay, so the reason why I thought this was a good idea is I'm hoping, expecting, in great expectation, and hoping that there is a bunch of companies that report they're doing mice and rats. And that what we're going to get is knowing what's going on out there. And so therefore, if we all know that mice and rats are 95% of the testing, then we can say when this bill comes in again next legislative session, because the Humane Society is not going away, and bring this bill in, we can say is, hey, we passed this bill, we got the information, we found out that everybody who's testing in New Hampshire is using rice and mice, and rice and mice. Rice and rats. And so therefore, there's no problem because we're okay with that.
No, it's hypocritical.
Oh, jeez.
If you, hey, look, if you are going to try to penalize somebody over mice
No,
and
I'm not
rats,
penalizing, I'm just telling
but making
asking
it
to tell us.
visible or whatever,
Yeah.
how many mice does a private person have to kill before they're on the list also? And I defy anybody to tell me how many of you have never killed a mouse.
I kill one weekly.
So what are you going to do? I think it's just, I think we've gone a little too far. And it's kind of hypocritical that you can kill a mouse at your house and then demand that somebody else report.
I would say that if we were to,
Reporting that he killed it.
yeah, it's right, it's on YouTube, everybody knows it now. Okay, so if I'm saying is that is a counteractive to making sure that we don't have to see this bill again, because we have stated clearly that if people put in the mice, if that's all that's being tested out there, then we can say is now we know what's occurring out there, and we're okay with it. And because we all do it, and so therefore that's fine. I mean, I think the real twist of the issue is that when we kill mice and rats, we usually use those traps, where they, guillotine. Okay, I have admit that I used one that I think another committee had legislation relating to, which was this black thing you just lay out,
Sticky trap.
and the mice get on there and then they die a long.
Horrible death, yeah.
They chew their
starvation
legs
death,
off. They chew
starvation
their
and
feet off.
hydration. So I do know that there's some people have opinions about what is the right way to kill mice.
My mother killed it with the heel of her high heel shoe.
Okay, so we don't have to vote on this today unless everybody feels, Representative Thaxton would like to, you're ready to vote? Okay. Okay, so Representative Thaxton moves.
On the amendment.
Second by? I'll second it. Okay, McAleer. Okay, ought to pass on the amendment. Number 1581. Okay. Any discussion on the motion? Okay, okay, so Representative Salvi? Okay. Representative Spear? No. Representative Herbert? No. Okay, I thought you were with him, with him.
With me. I don't know what you said. He's voting yes. No, I want the bill as read to me. I'm in favor of this lady's effort.
So that would be opposition to the bill. Okay, so he's a no. Representative McAleer?
Yes.
Yes, you keeping track of these? I'm doing this intentionally. Okay. Preston's not here, Ammon's not here. Patusek?
Yes.
And I'll vote yes, just to get this thing out of committee.
I was gonna say.
And you already had, that was one of the,
Oh,
you did?
yeah,
Okay, so.
okay.
4-2.
4-2. Okay. We're done.
we don't care
We're
about
done.
that.
Yeah. Okay, moving right along. Thank you very much. Okay, next up. Allowing credit union members to pay members of the board of directors for their services as a board member. Does anybody have a problem with this bill? Speak now, forevermore, hold your peace. Who would like to make the motion? Representative McAleer?
Can I ask what happened to the original bill when we had it? We had this bill before that we passed. What happened before?
It died because they, the Senate, I don't know, was Representative Ammon said that, that they put a bill on, they
Oh, the
attached a
a
bill
non-germane thing?
and a non-germane amendment, and the whole thing died. Did I get that right? Who's in the room? Okay. Okay. Yeah, there's some of them are easy. Okay, so Representative McAleer, second by Representative Patusek. Moves ought to pass. Okay, any discussion on the motion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed? So moved unanimously. Count the last vote. What was the last vote? 6. So 6-0. Okay? Okay, so this is OTP. Okay. Needs to pay. Okay, 6-0. Senate Bill 496, relative supervision registration requirement for associations of broker dealers.
Didn't this come from the state SEC, or what do we call it? Everybody's in favor of this. State Department of Security.
Was it securities? Yeah, was it security? 496?
Broker deal.
Anybody care about this bill?
Federal Rule
Okay.
3110.
Okay. So Gina, what department this was registered with securities?
Yeah,
Okay,
Fidelity and Natch were
Right.
both positive.
yeah.
So I'm bringing up some friends with me too, I think.
Oh,
Down.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So this was a bill that was requested from Fidelity Investments in order, and they asked, we worked with securities over the past year and a half or so in order to bring New Hampshire at level with about 43 other states that would allow for supervisory roles for them to be able to do supervisory
at
roles
home.
outside their, yes,
This is a home.
inside the home.
Okay, yeah.
So my name is Katie Taylor. I'm a staff attorney with the New Hampshire Bureau of Securities Regulation. Certainly, of course. Is this better? Excellent. So they were already, just to be clear, the work from home was already occurring. So essentially what this bill does is it keeps them from having to
Register their home.
well, yeah, registered as a
No, we don't want
branch.
that. We don't want another home address.
Well, and here's why. So the activity that's happening is solely supervisory. So there's no custody of client funds. They're not meeting with clients there. They're not, holding physical documents in those locations. And I know you heard testimony already, so I'm not going to get into it, but happy to answer questions.
It's good. I have a son-in-law who works for the U.S. Navy down in Groton. He used to work for Electric Boat in his Navy, and he has a computer, and on the screen it's got this big seal, and that, yes, nothing goes beyond that computer. It is. As a matter of fact, he tells me that there's a camera there that if somebody else would walk by, it would shut itself down. So, okay. Thank you very much. All right. Who would like to make the motion? I did. Oh, Representative McAleer.
It's actually seven people, not six.
Okay. Seconded by Representative Petuzak. Okay. All those in favor? About to pass. 1, 2, 3,
4, 5, 6,
7. 7. Okay.
So those other votes are actually.
So what was that first vote?
I know that was. I think we were.
First vote was
It was actually 5-2.
5-2. Okay. Okay. All right. 7-0. Okay. Senate Bill 525, raising the maximum amount of state guarantees in force. This is a housekeeping measure that we do every couple of years. Who would like to make the motion? Representative McAleer?
Is this like an inflation thing?
Yes.
Oh, yeah. They need more money. The loan. They need to raise the taxes.
No, this is not tax. This is borrowing, loaning capabilities. Yeah. Okay. Yep. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Those opposed, so move 7-0. Yes, ought to pass. Okay, Senate Bill 573, establishing certificate standards for facility comfort dogs. Okay, so we have an amendment. Did that get passed out?
That has to be, those
No.
have to be passed down.
Kristen, do we have 573A?
There's an amendment right here.
Okay, okay. All right. So, this is the first time for me in which my wife had very strong interests in legislation, because we do have two Alliance of Therapy Dogs. So our first discussion is to get us around the idea that knowing that our Alliance of Therapy Dogs are not affected by this legislation because they don't work for, if you look at the beginning of the bill and the first definition, they are not public safety dogs. So one thing is I acutely aware is that there are a lot of ways to call a dog that is a service dog. and they provide services in many ways, and notwithstanding being comfort dogs or emotional support dogs, animals. But in this case, we're narrowing it down to just dogs that work for cities, towns, counties, state police, county commissioners, county office, and public. They are public safety dogs. Pretty much every paragraph. So just the title alone was a change. It was through many renditions that we settled on certified public safety comfort dogs. And you can't even begin to understand how complicated just the word certified was. Because it turns out, and I'm sitting there talking to our good friend Justin here, and I'm looking at the sign, and it says our dogs are titled. They're not certified, they're titled. Well, that's because AKC just happens to call them that way. So, but we all agree that if you're titled, you're certified. And so just beginning there goes on, certain words like in that first part, we moved the word emotional because we didn't want anybody to confuse them with emotional support animals. In terms of how we got into some of the in page 3, some of these tests that you see these tests, which are actually provided by AKC is the one has created the establishment of these tests and established training courses that we pretty much say all through New Hampshire, there are plenty of trainers for these things. And even though they could be trained to that, they can still apply when their final certification or titling could still be through not AKC, which is who was really a problem because AKC, when we think of AKC, we think of dogs that are papered because they're AKC, purebreds. But AKC has this other subdivision that got into training these dogs for these different kinds of training methods. And so that we had a lot of sorting through that. We had issues about insurance. So what I would say is that this bill, even though the law enforcement and the public service have spent 5 years working on it, we've spent 50 hours trying to put this bill somewhat on a diet, trying to make it smaller, easier to get your arms around and really and make it enforceable. So we talk about who can own the dog, because that was considered an insurance issue. We talked to Primex, as everybody knows, they're the good risk pool doing insurance, and they said no, they're fine if it's an employee, the employee's dog, then they're okay. So you're looking at amendment number 1584. Let's see, what other? Oh yeah, so the other issue we had was about the retesting. That after this was because one of the hiccups with the AKC titling and the advanced therapy dogs is that once you pass the test, it's like a diploma. You pass. You can't. You don't have any. So the question was that they want the law enforcement really wanted have a retesting, so that way that kind of gives them cover in case anybody is saying has the dog really still has the skills, it was really doing what they're doing. So if you look at bottom of page 4, there we do have shall be retested every 3 years. And theoretically, that the dog does go through, farther up in the page, goes through training on an annual basis. They have some training, has a minimum of 1 hour per month of structured training. And clearly, if the dog is flunking anywhere along the line, then they have to reconsider whether the dog can stay in service or not.
Question?
So, Justin, is there anything else you think I should mention?
I was going to say, don't.
Okay. You're ready to let the dogs out.
Thank you. I know I met most of you. My name is Justin Breton, B-R-E-T-O-N, just for the record. There's been an immense amount of work that's gone into this in between work sessions, and I think we're at a fantastic place. I did find a couple of typos reading through because of the
okay.
name switches
Yep.
several times. Page 1, line 18, it's referenced to the improper name. And then similarly on page 1, line
What do you mean by improper comfort?
comfort facility.
Oh, it has the
dog.
facility.
That was one of the last drafts,
Okay,
switching
right.
it over to the public safety,
Okay.
certified public safety comfort dog.
Public.
So just
Safety.
keeping it consistent and
Yep.
not throwing weird words in there that are going to
Yep.
confuse folks. There was a small typo in one of the sections. There was an F next to an E that didn't need to be there. Stand by, I marked it. Page 5, line 9, section 167, there seems to be a lowercase f in there.
Oh, I see. Yeah,
Unnecessarily. And then just constructively, I know we had talked about it at prior work sessions. Page 5, line 25, we had discussed the removal of the head halters in there. But
Right.
it continues to remain in this draft. So is there somebody lobbying for that? Or is there some questions I can perhaps answer as far as why anybody would want to leave that in there?
No, I don't think we want that in there.
Because I believe we had
Yeah.
worked on removing that. Page 5.
What
line
is a
tw-
head
line tw-
halter?
A gentle leader. So it's a harness that you'll see
On the mouth?
many service dogs
Yeah,
utilize.
no, we don't like those.
So there is a successful program in the state that their partner uses one of those, and so just wondering if that portion can be removed so that dog can
But-
continue.
So
to be
he's willing to let
successful.
go of his head halter for his dog?
No, I'm asking if that can be removed. If you guys are asking.
Oh, it's banning it.
Yeah, you're banning the use of those in this
No
line.
prong or, okay.
I know the animal advocates want to leave in prong and electric collars, but the head halters, they're gentle leaders
These are the ones
Yes.
wrapped around,
Yeah.
so the dog can't bite.
that the service dogs utilize. Yeah.
It's not the shoulder ones, because that's
Correct.
what we use.
Yeah. Yeah, there is
Um,
a successful team in the state that
Yeah, that's
utilizes
fine. We
those,
can
and
pull head
you can just-
halters out.
And that again shows up on line 26. So line 25, you see the word head halters, and then on line 26, you'll see it again.
Again?
Both on
Jesus.
page 5.
They're relentless. Okay.
Line 25 and 26, head halters.
No, it will be a new amendment. Right. So that's it, what you found?
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
After,
so I'm just, my wife wants me to look at it one more time. So where do we have to, if, that they might need to be retested if the dog is, they're concerned that the dog has a problem?
under the dog's training and continued training, under the,
Right.
starts on page 3.
Okay,
Starts at about line 7. It's addressed several times in the dog training. If you jump down to starting at line 19, and then going through what we are required to document, we're documenting
comfort shall
all
maintain.
progress and correction active needed on a regular and consistent basis. So like at a 1 hour of
So
minimum
where,
per
where's
month.
that correction needed? Where's that?
I'm sorry, sir.
Where's that correction needed? Okay, action and corrective actions needed, okay.
Yep, so it's corrections active needed is in line 23.
Okay, in which case then you would have to put them back in the.
Correct. That's where we're
training
documenting and reevaluating, and I think it's important for us to be doing that on a regular and consistent basis. So that's why it's
Right.
every month we're looking at that
course.
to make sure they're
And the
performing.
key issue about this recertification, that every 3 years, the key word is retested.
Yes, sir. That's
They
what you.
don't have to be gone through the whole training class all over again.
Correct. And that, for your colleagues, that shows up on page 4. And
Right,
you're going to be
the
looking at,
retested.
starting at line 32.
Yep. Okay. Did you have a question, Representative Herbert?
No, I just, do dogs ever really lose their marbles?
They get old. They can get, when they get old, they can get ornery.
They absolutely
You are
carry the
actually a
burden of the
mother.
work that they do. Yeah, I can say they absolutely carry the burden of the work that they do. So it's you need to constantly assess that and make sure that they're able to do the job and most importantly, enjoying to
Right.
continue to do the job.
So
They can.
it can
depending.
be very stressful. We,
Mm-hmm.
the dog experienced that the last time we were here. We had a little experience of his stress in the committee.
Yeah, he's nervous. You guys were talking about animal testing earlier. So.
Animal testing, right? Okay. Okay. And that actually Eagle, who was, is that his name, or her name? The dog who was here was supposed to be the oldest one.
Liberty.
Liberty.
Yes.
Liberty, Eagle, Liberty, right. She's only 7. So, yeah, so there, I would say that you wouldn't see too many go beyond 10, 12, by that time they have to be retired and, because they've done their duty, served their, okay? Any other questions from the committee members? All right, so we will not be able to accept this to take it up today. We'll take this up next week with these amendments. And you can come grab my copy to. All right, move right along. Okay, establishing a committee to study the health and safety impacts of red dye number 40 and other food additives in food and beverages sold in New Hampshire. Yeah, so the federal government already requires labeling when it comes to red dye. So I think I'm willing to move inexpedient to legislate.
ITL.
Seconded by John.
I'll
Right.
second.
Anybody have any comments or discussion? Okay.
Not issue.
All those in support of ITL, raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And last but not least, requiring age verification by commercial entities to allow access to pornographic materials. I'm willing to make the ITL unless somebody else wants to do it.
Were you going to do an
I-
amendment on this?
No.
What'd you say, John?
ITL. Simply because all this does is that has this questionnaire that comes up on the
Yeah.
screen and says, "Are you 18 or not?" Well,
Yes or no?
I'm pretty sure that
They're gonna say yes.
a kid has gotten that far on the screen. I'm sure they're gonna say, "Oh, well, maybe I should put in my
There-
age."
Comment, there are some technologies that are much more elaborate that would give more of a positive, it would take there wouldn't be a little thing that comes up. But they're pretty expensive. I don't know if that's a fair thing to do to some people. I don't know how successful it would be if you do it.
Right.
But the porn industry does have a lot of money, so maybe.
Well, but again, this goes back to, parental responsibility. I am always shocked when I see parents give, 10-year-olds an iPhone. I mean, what are they thinking? I mean, I sure hope they got blocks on it. to, appropriate, and I do know that even your home router, you can get it so it can give you a report that what web pages they're visiting. And so a parent should be involved. But to me, this is a parental thing. Well, actually, these last two are parental, to me, parental responsibility bills. So who would like to make the motion? I guess it's me. Okay. ITL. And Patusiak, yeah, that's fine. Any discussion on the motion of inexpedient to legislate? Seeing none, all those in favor, raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Assume that's your hand up.
I'm not on this committee.
Oh, what did I think you were? Okay, I thought that was a 7.
No.
2, 3,
1,
4,
2, 3,
5,
4,
6. Okay, you're right.
6,
Okay, you're right. Okay. All right. No, it's 7. It is 7. Okay, we're all done. So we will have to come back to revisit dogs. Other than that, we're all done.
Well, and this morning's.
And
5.
that's a liquor one.
Yeah.
Right.
5 to 4.
Yeah, 5 to 2. Right.
What do we have tomorrow?
So tomorrow we have insurance. And
So I guess I should show up in case.
needless to say,
Clerk.
insurance is very exciting. Were you around on Thursday?
Me?
Yeah,
Yeah, I was.
yeah. Is is everybody here around on Thursday? Yeah. No, I'm saying last Thursday. Yeah. Yeah. So in terms of, to me, that was an incredible subcommittee session and learning about Medicaid and the role Medicaid plays in our society versus the role, of private insurance. And one thing I did find out for intrigue purposes, because remember I kept asking the question, how did it happen that Medicaid started getting covering the children? Okay, how did that happen? It turns out it happened at the executive council level, and the executive council in 2000. And I did check to see if my executive counselor, David Wheeler, was there. He was not. That was when Pignatelli was in the seat. Okay. And they did approve at that time that it could include private insurance. But if you look at the the insurance department's rule, what they found was that it was under the intent that, yes, the NFI, who's the contractor, was supposed to contract with private insurance companies. And they just never did. And hence why this legislation showed up.
So who was the underwriter for the state's Medicaid?
It was the NFI. It was Northern, anybody remember what NFI stands for? Who's in the room? Jim, who's NFI stand for? It's financial, there's, right.
I
But,
think they were here.
yeah, oh yeah, he was here. Oh, believe me, they were here. They were here. So they were the contractor, and they basically, there was a request to expand this to private insurance, and it was approved. Ironically, the dollar amount back in 2000 was 2.5 million, which is exactly what we were talking about with this legislation. I do. I will actually email that to everybody here so you can get that. I just want to get the follow up with the department because I was told that what they heard was that there was a responsibility for NFI to contract with private insurance companies. And that was decided that that contract should be through, the negotiator was Anthem. And that's the conversation, if you remember, in the public hearing. Anthem had been negotiating literally up to that day. They were talking about letters had gone out that day. So that they were in negotiations to get in network with insurance companies.
What they were supposed to be contracting for? That is to say, is it supposed to look like it looks now?
Exactly.
Or
That,
is it supposed to look something like what Anthem wants?
well, here was the difficulty is what the nature of this particular, what they're doing, what they call the fast forward and the wraparound. Okay, which were all these cliches that took me a while to get my arms around. Wrap around. So what the key element was that these kids who are 3 to 21, does not cut off at 18, it's 3 to 21, and that these kids are going to have a, because the NFI is going to have a caseworker who is actually going to go into the home and understand what's going in the home environment, do the whole family thing. Look at the diet. Look at their whole. Was there some some things, other needs that they need to meet in terms of requirements that need to be met. If there was some case, court case going on because there was something going on, making sure they get to the court on time. I mean, there was all this other stuff. And the discussion when out in the hall, they were saying to me that the good news is, or at least in my mind, there was a cutoff. It's the 21 age cutoff, but there was another cutoff is that it's 18 months. That the kids are only going in the program for a certain period of time, and at that point, end of the time, they're done. But that the current estimate, it's $50,000 per kid. But
Can you do anything for $50,000?
evidently, that's the number they're throwing around. That's the number doing. But I can say is if you look at the trend from how much we've spent on the original program in 1917, I think it was less than $1 million. When they came back in 2000, it was $2.5 million. So what it is now, I don't know. I'm not sure what the current dollar amount.
Well, remember, all we're covering, all the bill wants to do is cover those people that have
Private insurance.
private insurance, or either variety of private insurance.
Exactly.
And it's still 2.5 million.
Well, that was the so that's the total program. The total program could be the total program. The end of the day, is that yes, that if we're going to stick to what the executive council thought they were approving, which is they need to contract with Anthem. They need to go through and get that contract. And once they have the contract with Anthem, that would set the rates, the reimbursement rates for all other providers.
But the two
Insurance.
organizations are apples and oranges apart on what that contract should be.
What the contract should be and the dollar amount, but at the end of the day, that's the whole reason why we have managed care in this state is because we want them to beat down the hospitals and doctors to get something that is reasonable for the ratepayers to have to pay for.
We better have all this in writing. It's going to be tough without it.
But that's where we're at. Okay?
Can't even get a tax cut around here.
We wanted to.
Okay. We'll see you all tomorrow.